Okay, it's now 10 o'clock and I'd like to make a start. So can I check everyone can hear me okay? That seems to be working. My name's Rosie Leaven. I'm one of the reporters appointed by Scottish Ministers to report back on this Section 37 case TRL-270-2 for the proposed Beauly Peterhead overhead line. And with me today is David Weah, who may participate as we move through the agenda. This, in fact, there's no agenda, but the inquiry session, I should say. This inquiry session will focus on issues relating to landscape and visual impacts, including impacts on residential visual amenity. And I'll say a little bit more in a moment about what's going on with the other procedures, just for a bit of awareness. But first, I just need to clarify that the inquiry is being webcast live on our YouTube channel, and that's being managed by our colleague Craig in the corner. It's also being recorded so it can be watched on demand, and it will be retained by us and used for training and providing information to the public. The cameras will mostly be focused on those of you who are speaking, but by attending today and participating in the meeting, you're consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those recordings for those purposes. In terms of housekeeping for the venue, the toilets are available through the first door and through the second door. There's a few more through the back door. The fire exits are also available through those two doors, and you need to go down the stairs and out the door immediately at the bottom of the stairs, and the muster point is in the field by the car park behind me. As far as we're aware, there's not any tests this morning, so if you hear that alarm, then it's the real deal. While there's not a lock on this door on this room here, the venue itself will be locked overnight, so we are planning to leave all of our kit up, so I presume others will want to do the same ahead of tomorrow. So that will be, the venue will be locked up after we all leave tonight. So. If you could make sure that all telephones and devices are in silent mode. And it's important when we're speaking today that we use these microphones, as this ensures the discussion is picked up on the recording and the live stream, and it also directs the camera to the person who's speaking. So to activate the microphone, if you press the button on the right, and you'll see that the end will illuminate, and when you finish speaking, please press that button again, sorry. The microphones are pretty sensitive, so it's best if you don't get too close, and if you wish to move the microphone, can you use the base rather than this bit here, because that can break it. So let's do some introductions. I'm going to take a note of who's here. So if we could just ask the parties to introduce themselves, if the applicant would like to start.
Good morning, I'm Paul Reid, KC, and appear for the applicant. I should say I am instructed with Ms Coburn, who is joining us remotely today. She had not been well as a precaution, didn't wish to travel. What I might do is crave some indulgence when I come to the end of any questioning I've got, if we can maybe have a short break so I can check in with her, because it might not be precisely live on the stream. So she will hopefully be with us later in the week, and the number of other individuals from the applicant and the experts with me. Thank you.
Anybody else on your team?
Probably Ms Rylett, who is to my left, who's the expert witness we'll probably hear from later today, is the principal one that I should introduce at this stage.
Murray Council?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. I'm Ewan Brown, council appointed by Murray Council. I'm instructed by Ursula Curry, who sits to my right, and sitting behind me are Eileen Scott, who is the Service Manager of Legal Services for the Council, and I'm also accompanied by Andrew Miller, who's the Principal Planner for Murray Council. Carol Anderson is sitting at the table at the end, who's a Chartered Landscape Architect, who is the expert for the Council today.
Thank you. Highland?
Yes, morning, ma'am. My name's James Finlay, King's Counsel. Sitting next to me is Rohan Sinha, who's the landscape architect, giving evidence on behalf of the council. Back right is Rhoda Bamfro from the legal team, and behind Rohan is Jack Wiseman from the planning team.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Callum Kemp.
Welcome. Is there anybody else here that we should be aware of? No. Okay, thank you for your introduction. So I just want to give you a quick update on those wider issues, just for awareness. The main purpose of this inquiry session is to make sure we understand the position of the parties on the landscape and visual impacts of the proposal, and obviously where there's a dispute we need to be clear on the reasons for that, so that the matters can be clearly set out in our report to ministers. In terms of the wider procedures, we're holding 2 community hearings, one this week in Inverness on Thursday evening and one in Turriff next week, Tuesday evening. We're planning a number of site visits to individual properties around those sessions on Thursday this week and on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, and thank you to the applicant for writing out to those parties. We'll carry out more unaccompanied site visits in due course too. We have carried out a range of those already. And later this week we have a hearing on ornithology with the applicant and Nature Scott, and then the last session, which is next Thursday, will be a virtual hearing on conditions. We have recently asked the applicant to provide us with additional environmental information on agriculture effects, and this will be advertised in due course. And we've also asked for further written submissions on a couple of matters, including the responses on the Ratio Farms judgment relating to the Fanellan Substation planning appeal, and some questions around temporary workers' accommodation and temporary construction compounds. There has been some discussion on the cultural heritage effects relating to Culloden Battlefield and the Culloden Muir Conservation Area. I confirm that we have asked the Council to provide, that's Highland Council, to provide further written submissions on that, following which will allow the applicant to comment and then determine whether any further procedures are required. So just to confirm that the Culloden cultural heritage effects are not within the scope of this inquiry session. Are there any questions on any of those wider matters?
It's not a question, it's simply an observation. I'll repeat what I said at the pre-inquiry meeting about the resources that have been allocated to meet the timescales of the priority guidance and the expectation that all parties are working towards that. I'm conscious, ma'am, sorry, you've asked for a discussion about further procedure a week on Thursday, the consequences of those decisions. I can trail now. My position will be that the written submissions go in as planned, and any of these matters are dealt with in supplementary submissions, so that we adhere to the overall structure that's in place and try and adhere to that as closely as we can, given the national significance and the resources that have been committed. But I thought it might be helpful to have an indication that will be my position next Thursday and further procedure.
Okay, that's helpful. I mean, we will have a discussion just about the final dates for closing submissions, probably at the end of the conditions hearing next week, so we can get those pinned down at that stage. Okay, so I'd like to run through procedural matters for today and tomorrow. Please bear in mind that we're going to be taking notes as we go along, and obviously the speed and the nature of the exchanges may affect that. So please avoid any interruptions or speaking over someone, and we may need to ask you to pause just so that we can catch up with note taking. And we will also want to avoid repetitive or irrelevant interventions. We may get to a point where we consider we've got enough information on a particular issue, and then we would ask parties to move on. I anticipate that we'll conclude the inquiry session today around about 4:30. I'll break for lunch at a suitable time, sometime between 12:30 and 1 for an hour, and we'll have a short comfort break in the morning and the afternoon. I'm hoping everyone has all the relevant documents or access to them from their own devices, and I want again to say thank you to the applicant for coordinating the documents list, which is no easy task. I think there was another version of the documents list that was provided by the applicant this morning. I'm not sure that's been circulated to everybody, but I think that was an update to the shadow derogation documents, is that right? And Highland's also provided updated LVIA and associated documents as well. Has everybody got access to all of those?
For our part, it was document 016/043, and it was a substitute version showing the figures which were uploaded, so there's no material change to it. It was just to hopefully make it more helpful. I understand that was sent yesterday. I think confirmed receipt of that this morning, so we're grateful.
That's fine.
Yes, the Highland Council's updates is just to put the document numbers on the Mr. Sinha's report and recognition. The only document that I'm chasing a number for is the RVAA addendum that I think came in. I don't know whether Mr. Reid or somebody could help me whether that document has a number.
So is that the additional wire lines that were produced more recently?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure that is on the documents list. That's a good point. So I wonder if we can just make sure that's been circulated. Can somebody circulate that just now? So it might just sit.
Someone sitting beside me or behind me will no doubt be
Great.
listening and attending to that.
Mr. Beauly, did you have a question about documents?
I did, just slightly cheekily, because it doesn't relate to this session, but for Friday's session on Capercaillie, looking at the applicant's hearing statement, there's an updated table on collision risk, etc., and it takes data from 2 Norwegian studies, one in 95 and one in 2014. I suspect it's entirely of my own doing, but I can't find in the 2014 document, which is 16.33, I can't find the numbers in that which feed into the table in the hearing statement. It may well be my own, I suspect it is in my own incompetence, but because I think Nature Scott hasn't raised it as a query. But just if there is something missing, maybe if I think it's Mr. Wright, the author of that, if he could just be alerted. I will be asking on Friday, where do I find these figures? It's in his table on page 39, PDF page 39 of his hearing statement, and it's the second column, which are the collision figures from the 2 Norwegian studies. I understand where they come from in the 95 study. I don't understand where they come from in the 2014. Just to give him a heads up, I will be asking that, and as I say, I suspect I've just completely overlooked it, but if there is something missing, there would be the chance to obviously put that in advance so everyone could have a look at it. Thank you.
Forewarned as forearmed. If the answer to that can be ascertained over the next few days, that will be fed in advance. So sorry, you have it in advance. I've been passed a post-it which suggests the document my friend was looking for is 015/016.
That appears on the new document list that was just been circulated, so I'm grateful.
015016?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The only last observation documents, some documents from Murray Council yesterday which have been received. We all had our varying travel issues yesterday, so I'm not sure what the witness's position is on them, and I've had limited time to consider them, so I'm just formally reserving my position on those. We'll see where we go to. It may be nothing, but in the circumstances, I've had little time to understand what will be taken from those.
That's fine. You should have time during the course of today to look at that. Okay, so turning to the inquiry procedure itself, we've got a number of witnesses, so it will be useful just to go over the running order again, the likely timings. As we've set out in advance, the plan is for Murray Council to start with its evidence in chief. Counsel for the applicant may then cross-examine Murray Council's witness if they wish. Other parties who've objected to the application don't typically ask questions of a fellow objector, but if there are any points of clarification that people feel are essential, we may allow that. But there's no need for comments of support or reinforcement. If we've got any questions, we will then ask them, and then Murray Council will be able to re-examine its witness. And then that would be followed by the applicant's evidence, then the council's, and then Mr. Kemp's, following the same process. Although, Mr. Kemp, obviously you've not provided a recognition, so we will move, we might allow you to just do a quick introduction, and then we'll move straight to cross-examination when that comes. And you've already discussed Mr. Kemp's additional evidence. That's what you're referring to, was it? No?
No, I was mentioning the documents I think were received from Murray Council yesterday. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to mention Mr. Kemp's additional evidence that was emailed to us yesterday and copied to you. I presume you've received that. That was some additional comments that Mr. Kemp had made, and I wondered whether that was going to be addressed in this inquiry session or whether a further submission would be required.
I've not reached a settled view on that. Again, largely the time to consider it, but I'll confirm my position probably around after lunchtime.
So is that order
Can I just
okay with
raise
everyone?
a point in
Yeah?
respect of Mr.
Sure.
Kemp's additional comments? I'm not sure they've reached Highland Council yet, and because they do concern a property which Highland Council is concerned with. Be grateful if somebody, perhaps it's easier if someone on the applicant's side would forward Rhoda a copy this morning, just so we can have regard to those. Or Mr. Kemp could, yes.
I feel maybe it might be best dealt with by written submissions. If it's required after the inquiry session, it might not be required, depending on the evidence that's given.
Okay, would you be able to circulate it to certainly make sure that the applicant and the councils have got that just now, and then they can take a look at that during the course of the morning. Great. So recognitions, and in Mr. Kemp's case the inquiry report, will be taken as read, therefore you don't need to read that out in full or in part by witnesses. The evidence in chief should focus on the elements of your evidence that relate to the scope of the inquiry, and cross-examination should focus on those essential matters that are in dispute. We do have a fair amount to get through, a few people to get through over the next couple of days. We would be happy to start a little bit earlier tomorrow at 9:30 if that suits everybody. Any objection?
No, we'd planned on that basis, I think.
Great. And then in terms of finish times, again, we'll just see how we're going, see how we're progressing. We're happy to be flexible. We can push on till 5 if necessary, but we can take stock of that during the course of the afternoon. Okay, so all parties should be using ideally the electronic page number on documents, seeing as I think we've all got laptops. I would suggest, hopefully you've got the latest version of the documents list, so you can open that quickly. And if parties can flag up in advance the sort of main documents that they expect to refer to, that's quite helpful, particularly if there's a large number of documents, so we can get those main ones open in advance. That helps us. As I said, we've already carried out unaccompanied site visits along the length of the route earlier in the year, so we've got a pretty good understanding of the affected areas and also a number of the specific properties that have been highlighted in the submissions, but we may ask for clarification if we're not sure of a particular location, and we will try our best in pronouncing all the property or place names, but we apologise in advance if we get anything a little bit incorrect. So if you need to get our attention or wish to speak, please raise your hand. We'll keep an eye out for that, and any points raised should come through me in the first instance. I think unless there's any other questions, I was going to conclude my part by reminding everyone of the importance of being courteous with each other throughout the proceedings. Even if you strongly disagree with what's been said, please remember to be polite and to respect parties' rights to have enough time to understand any questions or to explain their positions. So any final questions on procedural matters or any other preliminary matters anyone wishes to raise? No? Great. So, Miss Anderson, would you like a short break or are you ready to start?
I'm ready to go, thank you.
Okay, that's fine. We'll pass it over to you then.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms Anderson, I introduced you earlier as Carol Anderson. You're a chartered landscape architect, that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you have prepared an inquiry report for this inquiry, which is document 020-022. And you've also prepared a precognition, which is document 020.037. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And before you prepared your inquiry report in December last year, you also prepared a consultation document for Moray Council, which is document 020.008.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So, as was said, your precognition will be taken as read, but I do have some questions for you. Could I ask you please to have a look at Ms Rylett's report, which is document 020.001. And could I ask you to have a look, please, at electronic page 40? And it's, if you have that before you let me know.
I have that.
Thank you. And it's paragraph 3.1.4. And on the last two lines of that paragraph on page, electronic page 40, there's a quote from you. While it is evident that the proposed route for the transmission line has sought to minimise views from settlements and effects on designated landscapes where possible, being located adjacent OHLs, in some sections of the route and being aligned through commercial forestry in many areas, significant adverse landscape and visual effects will arise, particularly close to the route of the OHL, due to the nature and scale of the infrastructure proposed. Now, just stopping at that, Ms Rylott has underlined the words particularly close to the route of the OHL, if you have those words.
Yes.
Would you like to comment on that underlining?
Yes, I understand that Ms Rylott has taken some of this text from my appraisal that appraisal of landscape and visual effects that I prepared for Moray Council of the proposal in November 2025. But in terms of the underlining and the text in italics, it doesn't quite align with the wording of my appraisal. And I would say that there is some text in between the underlined parts that I'm assuming that Ms Rylott herself has filled in, which is not the opinion stated in my appraisal. We could go to my appraisal and see how it compares, but is that something we could do? I'll just need to get that, sorry.
So Ms Anderson, you're taking us to your appraisal, which is document 020.008.
That's correct.
Well, you take us to the part you would like the inquiry to look at, please.
Apologies, I just need to find that. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, could you just pass me a paper copy of that? Because I think I've got an earlier version of the foundation documents and I don't have that listed. I probably have it on my files somewhere else, but I just can't find it at the moment.
Thank you. If you just give me a moment, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, found it. So I'd like to take the reporters to the conclusions, which is, there are no page numbers on this document, I'm afraid, so you need to scroll down. Within the conclusions section, there's a section that's underlined called Landscape and Visual Effects, and it's the second paragraph, starting during the operational phase.
So, Ms Anderson, just to be clear, what we're doing is we're going to the paragraph at the top of what is the 5th page of your document?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
And in the second sentence, it says, these effects would generally extend around 1 kilometre either side of the proposed transmission line, but would increase in some more open areas and or where the line is seen against the sky, where multiple towers appear close together in long views, or where the angle of the route changes. So in terms of my appraisal, I don't recognise some of the quoted and underlined sections in paragraph 3.1.4 of Ms Rylot's inquiry report.
Thank you. And just going back to the paragraph 3.1.4 in Ms Rylot's inquiry report, what is said there in the last 2 sentences is that the effects are contained within approximately 1.5 kilometres of the OHL, if you have that.
Yes, it does say that. I haven't said that in my appraisal nor in my inquiry report. I consider it, and to be fair, Ms Rylot did clarify that in her precognition, that I think she was meaning 1.5 or up to 1.5 kilometres either side of the line, so a total of 3 kilometres, if you like, if you're taking it as it's a linear development. I haven't been as clear-cut as that because it varies depending on where the line goes through. In some places it's going to be more extensive than that. In others it will be tighter, particularly where it's a line through forestry, for example. In terms of the last sentence, where Ms Rylot says it's supported by the LVIA, I don't actually believe it is entirely supported by the LVIA. Certainly not the LVIA that is within the EIA report. The LVIA doesn't give a definitive distance in terms of kilometres that significant adverse effects would occur. Interestingly, the position statement, which I think is document 003.001, and I think that might be on electronic page 8. Yes, of course, sorry.
If I may assist Ms Anderson, I think it's electronic page 16, but internal page 8 you're referring to?
Yes, apologies, it is. I just have a paper copy of it. On that page, counting 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph down, it states that significant visual effects would be limited to a localised area of within 2.5 kilometres of the proposed development. I'm presuming that that means either side of the proposed development, it being a linear development. So, in my opinion, there is a bit of discrepancy about distance in terms of significant adverse effects between Ms. Rylott, the LVIA, and indeed the position statement produced by the applicant. I will maybe come on to a different point in my evidence in chief, which addresses the matter of localised and distance. That's possibly later in my evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. And since we're talking about distances and effect, could you maybe just remind us at this juncture what your position is on the distance for the effect of the OHL?
Well, I consider it varies, which is what I've clearly said in my appraisal and in my inquiry report. I do acknowledge, certainly in some of the western parts of the line as it traverses Moray, that the extent of effects, significant effects either side, would be fairly tight. Largely because it's aligned in forestry, and that forestry is quite extensive and it's not settled. So there's limited visibility of the line. It's also backclothed quite often by rising ground, so in those western extents. But within the more open and more settled eastern area, generally between Glenlossie over to Keith, where it's much more densely settled. You've got more roads, footpaths, etc. You've got a more open farmed landscape. Then I think the extent of effects could go up to 3 kilometres either side of the line. It's not always consistently either side. Again, that depends on the routing. So, for example, you might get a farmed landscape on one side of the line, and then it's the other side, usually to the south, there's rising ground which is wooded perhaps, in which case it would really principally be more extensive visibility and also to a degree landscape effects where it's more open. So the other aspect in terms of extent of effects is thinking about long views along the line, not just either side. So it's a long linear feature, 59 or 58 kilometres extent within Moray, much, much longer between Beauly and Peterhead. But in terms of the length of the line, there are some key viewpoints where the extent of significant effects would extend to approximately 3 kilometres. One of those viewpoints is in the Spey Valley, the Earth Pillars viewpoint. Another example is at New Mill, which is a little settlement just to the north of Keith, where you get long views as the line, along the route of the line, and you see it as it rises the slopes up towards Keith. So I think that those are examples of where you get more extensive effects in more open context. The other matter about distance, and maybe I will go on to the topic of localised while we're here, is that I don't consider that effects can be considered localised, although the significant adverse landscape and visual effects occur generally within 3 kilometres either side of the line, or up to that sort of distance. We have to take into account that those effects are magnified when you times it by the 59 kilometre length of the route, let alone the 186 kilometre total length of the route. within both Highland Council, Moray and Aberdeenshire. So that magnifies and increases the total geographic area where significant adverse landscape and visual effects would occur. The other aspect in terms of localised that I would like to address is that I don't think, in my opinion, that you should define what is localised on the basis of just a geographic extent of significant landscape and visual effects. I think it should be much more nuanced than that. It should also take into account the severity, the degree of severity of effects experienced in those areas close to the proposed development, the relative number of receptors, landscape and visual receptors that would be affected, people using footpaths, roads, also residential properties, and not just residential properties that fall within the RVAA definition, but also other properties that lie a bit further, but still will get significant effects on views. So I think it's a whole package of things that need to be considered when thinking about whether an effect is localised or not in terms of NPF 4 and Policy 11. I was the landscape witness for the Foreside wind farm, and at that inquiry, the reporter had a much more nuanced approach to defining what was localised in terms of thinking about the type and the number of receptors, landscape and visual receptors that would be affected, and the severity of the effects, including effects on a designated landscape, local landscape designation. So I think we have put the Foreside inquiry report as a document, which I can give you the reference for, which I think is a Moray document, sorry. It's MOR.005 and MOR.006.
Thank you. Just one point you mentioned, dear Ms. Anderson, just to make sure I understand it correctly. You talked about the severity of effect in particular areas as influenced whether an effect was localised or not. Could you maybe just expand upon that a bit to help us understand what you mean by that?
So it would really be, in terms of severity, it's making a judgment, and I would base that in terms of the LVIA and where major and major moderate effects, but particularly major effects, are likely to occur. I would say that I felt that the LVIA, Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, that was included in the EIA was fairly thorough and robust, and I did make it clear in both my appraisal that I did for Moray Council in November 2025, and also in paragraph, I think I say it in paragraph 1.6 of my inquiry report, that I felt that it was a robust piece of work, and I did agree with, in general, with the majority of the findings of the LVIA. So I would say a review and focus on the LVIA, identifying major effects, and looking particularly at the visual receptor groups that they considered, and having done field work in the Moray area, looking at the route of the overhead line, that would lead me to consider that it was more than localised, the effects.
Thank you. Ms Anderson, I now wish to turn to consider the topic of the Kellis alternative alignment. And I'd like to take you to Ms Rylett's recognition, which is document 020, stop 032. And if you just let me know when you have that called up, I'll take you to the correct place.
I have that.
Thank you. So could I ask you to turn to electronic page 4, which coincides with the hard page number. And it's the paragraph at the top of that page, 2 stop 1, where it said, I note that Moray Council have not formalised their opinion on the Kellis alternative alignment. Do you consider that to be a correct statement of the Council's position?
I don't quite understand what is meant by that, I have to say. Certainly, I was clear in my November 2025 appraisal that I produced for the Council that I considered that the Kellis alternative alignment had far greater landscape and visual effects than the preferred route, and that I did recommend that it should be avoided. My opinion on that is supported, I believe, by the LVIA in the EIA. I think they were very clear that it would have significant adverse effects, the alternative alignment, that is. I note, well, the other point is that Moray Council also mentioned that in their objection, and I would say that in terms of paragraph 7.7 of my inquiry report, I don't know if you want to go there, but just to summarise, I note that the applicant has not provided any clear guidance or advice in their position statement as to what they propose to do in the Kellis area. I didn't read that I didn't read in their position statement that that was a clear confirmation that they were going to go for the Kellis alternative alignment.
I think since you've mentioned that, Ms Anderson, we'll just go to that part
Okay,
in your report.
Of course.
So I'm taking you to your report, which is document 020, stop 022, and it's electronic page 14, also hard page 14. And you took us to paragraph 7.7, I believe. And the point you made there, I think, is encapsulated towards the end of that paragraph.
Yes, that's correct. It says that the Kellis alternative alignment remains under review at the time of writing in line with the information set out in the EIA. But under review, to me, means that it's still being considered. So I don't think that is clear that the Kellis alternative alignment is the given now, and that the preferred route has been ditched.
But your understanding is the council is still opposing that route?
In terms of their objection, yes, that's my understanding.
And your advice, which is, I think, on this point in paragraph 8.6 of your report, which is page 16. where you say starting at the start of that paragraph, if contrary to the Council's case, consent is given to this overhead transmission line proposal, I consider that any such consent should be predicated on substantial on and off-site planting, particularly the latter, given the constraints to planting within the operational corridor, and adoption of the proposed alignment in the Kellis area and not the more intrusive and damaging Kellis alternative alignment.
That is my position.
Thank you. Just going back to the paragraph in Ms Rylott's recognition, which we were looking at there, so back to document 020/032, and back to the same paragraph, which is 2.2.1, if you have that. I note that Moray Council have not formalised their opinion on Kellis alternative alignment, which forms part of the proposed development. Viewpoint assessment, including the earth pillars viewpoint in the Spey Valley. Do you have a comment on that proposition?
Well, again, I'm not actually clear what that means. In my November 2025 appraisal, I clearly state that significant adverse effects would arise on key views, and I do mention a number of those key views. My inquiry report does the same thing in section 5 of it. The council in the objection additionally cited significant adverse visual impacts in coming to their decision to object. It's therefore unclear to me what exactly the applicant is seeking in response to what Ms Rylott says in this paragraph about the viewpoint assessment. I'm not sure if they're wanting an alternative viewpoint assessment to be undertaken. I don't think that that is necessary. I have clearly stated in my evidence to this inquiry that I consider that the LVIA and its assessment was sound. I generally agree with the key significant landscape and visual effects that they've identified. So I don't see what purpose undertaking an alternative viewpoint assessment would fulfill. That's it, I think, on that question.
Thank you. And then just at the end of that paragraph, there's the comment that, again, reading the passage short, I note that Moray Council have not formalised their opinion on residential visual amenity, which is the last point mentioned in that paragraph. What's your position on that?
This is Ms Rylott's precognition. She wouldn't have seen my precognition at that time. I made it quite clear in my inquiry report that the RVAA, the Residential Visual Amenity Assessment, came in too late for me to have a look at it on site, and that I would be addressing any key matters that arose from it in my precognition. So I'm just still not quite understanding what is expected of Moray Council in terms of that comment about the RVAA.
Thank you. I'd like to have a look at a viewpoint with you, Ms Anderson, which is viewpoint 21, which is the Deva Way.
Do you have the document reference for that, please, Mr Brown?
Sorry, yes, ma'am, my apologies. It is document references 008-030 and 008-031. And this is covered by Ms Rylott in her report, which is document 020-001, electronic page 52, hard copy page 48 at 3.6.2. And what Ms Rylott says is that the effect of the OHL would be limited because the OHL crosses the Dave away at right angles. And what I'd like, Ms Anderson, is your comment on that proposition.
I think I do address this matter in paragraph 5.2 of my precognition. Of course, if the proposed development was aligned parallel and close by to the Darver Way, it would have a more immediate and consistent adverse effect on views. And crossing at right angles, it's more obliquely than right angles actually, it does lessen the effects in terms of the route. But in that context, and as can be seen, I think if the reporters turn to visualization 7.21F, that gives the full context, a kind of overview of the landscape context that you get from the route. It's an open moorland situation, and whereas on the west side to the left of the photograph, which that cuts off slightly, the line is slightly hidden behind rising landform. Over to the east and northeast of the view, as you're walking or cycling on that route, the line cuts across a very open landscape. This is another example of where I consider significant adverse effects would extend 2.5 kilometres over at that area, perhaps even to 3, as it climbs. You can see the route climbing the rising slopes in the distance, and it's the cumulative effect as well with the existing overhead line, and also with the Hill of Glasgow wind farm turbines, the turbines on there. The proposed development will have larger towers. It's a bigger structure, so it will make a significant contribution to cumulative effects in that area. But I think it's just an example in this photo montage of showing how effects the distance of significant adverse effects increases in terms of a more open context. I have acknowledged in this area that the Darver Way will also receive significant adverse effects associated with the Clashgower wind farm, should that be constructed. It is consented, but not constructed yet. And that's more over to the east, the southeast.
Thank you. And I'd now like to turn to consider the Spey Valley SLA, because this is a point of a disagreement between the council and the applicant, and you have described it as being the most severe of all the effects along the whole of the route of the development in Murray. And I would like just to expand upon that for the benefit of the reporters, what you mean by that.
I think I've taken an overview. Certainly in my appraisal to Moray Council, I focused on the key landscape and visual effects. In doing these appraisals, I do them for a lot of local authorities, Cairngorms National Park and for Nature Scott. I find it useful just to focus on really what matters and what I think would be the most severe effects. In terms of the Spey Valley, It's a special landscape area. It has a special landscape character. It's also important for recreation. It's moderately well settled. So there are lots of aspects to that. It is a tricky thing. I do acknowledge that with routing an overhead transmission line. I have done or been involved in work in doing that in the past, way back. But there is a tension between routing the line so it concentrates development because it's routed next to two existing overhead lines and not dispersing development elsewhere within the SLA. It is, a tricky thing to achieve. And I've accepted in terms of the SLA that its integrity would not be affected, but some of the special landscape qualities associated with that designation would be significantly affected. This is backed up by the LVIA. They support that view. One of the key issues in the Spey Valley SLA is, again, it's this combination of three overhead lines in close proximity, and it's the wirescaping effects that would occur in that area, and with this proposal being much bigger than the other developments that are there already, the other overhead lines. So it's sort of tipping the balance to having, quite an intense wirescape effect, which again is acknowledged in the LVIA, and I'm in agreement with that. So in taking an overview of effects in Moray, I did consider that this was the most severe of the effects that would occur. I have clearly acknowledged that to the west, where the line is rooted in forestry, that's a sensible approach. It does lessen the landscape and visual effects of the proposal. It is just particularly the Spey crossing, but also the more open landscapes.
Thank you. And I would like to turn to consider another viewpoint, which I believe you mentioned earlier. You mentioned New Mill earlier, and we have that in viewpoint 32, which is document 008-049. And could you take us to the figure number in that viewpoint, which helps demonstrate the points you were conveying earlier about New Mill?
Yes, I think if the reporters can look at 7.32E and 32F, 7.32F, they give the wider context. This is the example that I mentioned previously, which it's one of the situations where you get long views along the line. It's near a promoted recreational footpath, near the settlement of New Mill. There's a few residential properties nearby. And this is where the proposed development would have a number of angle towers changing direction as it rises the hill across, it goes across the Isle Valley, the River Isle Valley, and then up into Keith. And in terms of the baseline photograph, and I'm not quite sure what it looks like on screen, it might look slightly brighter, but certainly with a printed baseline photograph, it's quite dull. It was obviously a dull day, which does make the photo montage, I would say, quite tricky to see. But I think in better lighting conditions, it would be much more obvious as it zigzags up that hill. So that's why I've turned to, I mentioned 7.32E. Obviously, the red makes it stand out much more, but just to see, it shows the alignment a bit more. And then the next page, 32F, is the photo montage.
Thank you. Could I take you back, please, to Ms Rylett's recognition, which is document 020-032. And there's just a couple of points in this, but the first one I wish to take briefly. Turning to page 2, just let me know when you have that.
Sorry, can I just check which reference that was?
It is Ms Rylett's recognition, which is 020-032. And it's page 2 if you have that, Miss Anderson.
Is that electronic page 2, or is that I think you've got a printed
It might be
copy,
electronic
haven't
page
you?
3 actually.
Paragraph number.
1.1.3.
Yes, I have that.
Oh, thank you. And it's just the first comment which is made in that paragraph which I'm interested to get your comment upon, where it says, in summary, the focus of evidence relates to a handful of localised areas along the route of the overhead line where the landscape and or visual effects may be most significant. What's your position on that?
Well, I presume because this is the introduction to Miss Rylott's recognition that she's meaning along the whole of the route here, not just within Moray. And a handful of localised areas, to me, doesn't seem accurate in terms of the findings of the LVIA. I think in trying to, I think that language, the use of handful, it's trying to minimise or minimise the significant effects that would occur overall. Handful to me means small number, perhaps. I just don't agree with that. I mean, you're talking about a line that's 186 kilometres long. And I know that Aberdeenshire Council have not objected, but in their appraisal and their committee report, they did identify significant landscape and visual effects. That was acknowledged. I know that's the same for the Highland Council, and they're here today. And certainly that was the case for Moray Council. That, to me, would add up to much more than a handful of localised areas.
Thank you. And then turning forward in Ms Rylett's recognition to electronic page 5 and paragraph 2.2.2. Just let me know when you have that. Thank you. And just looking at line 6 of that paragraph, there is a sentence which starts, in terms of policy NPF 4, policy 11E, lower Roman numeral 2, the effects of the proposed development are localised and or appropriately mitigated. Now, we have your position on localised effects, I'll not go back to that, but what's your position on the phrase appropriately mitigated?
Well, I don't think it is appropriately mitigated. I've made it clear that I don't think the effects are localised. I think they're more extensive than that and more severe than that in making that judgment. In terms of the length of the line and the numbers of landscape and visual receptors affected, I think there's other matters that need to be considered, just for example, the just transition for all the communities affected along that line. And I feel that there is a greater scope for landscape mitigation, principally off-site, so not within the operational corridor, because that would have minimal effects. But I think there is scope for that to mitigate effects in the long term. So principally, as I've outlined in my inquiry report, more extensive planting of woodlands, hedgerows, field boundary trees, etc., can have a good effect in mitigating the effects of this proposed development in the longer term.
Thank you. And now, I'm not going to take you to it because you have, as you said, covered it in your report, but we would find your views on additional mitigation in part 8 of your report, which is electronic page 14. So that's document reference number 020-022.
That's correct. The applicant has proposed additional mitigation in terms of their forestry design principles in 2 locations within Moray, at Altonside and Ordequish Woodland. I understand that there has been recent development in terms of the conditions where they are seeking to formalise that. So there would be planting to ameliorate the edges of the operational corridor, principally. So those works are all on site within the operational corridor, not off site. The roadside planting that seemed to be proposed in the forestry design principles seems to have been dropped from that, but I'm not quite sure. I consider that just doing mitigation in 2 locations is insufficient given the effects of this proposal. And I do outline them. I won't go through all of them. You can read them in terms of section 8 of my inquiry report. So I just feel that they relate principally to compensatory planting and the extent of compensatory planting that should be required, and also wider mitigation and enhancement measures that could be undertaken along the most severely affected sections of the route.
Thank you, Ms Anderson. I've got no further questions for you.
Okay, I propose we have a short break, if that's okay, just for 10 minutes. Okay, I think we'll resume now. Mr. Reid, Ms. Anderson, are you both ready? Do you want to carry on with cross-examination?
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Ms. Anderson, just if we start where we finished, off-site planting as a mitigation. That would be contingent on consent of the landowners where that planting would be taking place. Is that right?
Yes, of course it would, yes.
Yeah. And if that consent's not forthcoming, you might need to use compulsory purchase powers to give effect to it.
That's a possibility.
What's your understanding of how long a compulsory purchase process would take to acquire the land to give effect to a condition like that?
That's out with my remit. I wouldn't know.
Because obviously we're in a context here where there's a timescale set by national, that's UK government, as a matter of energy policy for the delivering of the network. And if this was conditional on landowner consent or compulsory purchase, there'd be a question about whether that fitted within the time frame. Is that fair?
I can't really comment on that. I'm a landscape architect. I don't deal with property or the policy side of things, or your in terms of your timetable. But I would think that if something needs to be built into the programme, then it should be, because this landscape and visual mitigation is necessary, considering the effects of the proposal.
Just one other point of detail. You looked at paragraph 3.1.4 of Ms. Rylett's inquiry report. This is the language I think you said you didn't recognise from your November assessment. Do you remember looking at that with Mr. Brown?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I just wondered about that, if we could go back and look at your assessment from November, 020.008. Page 5 of the PDF of that document, we see a heading, Recommendations. Do we see that?
Yes, I do.
The proposed transmission line comprises a nationally important strategic development, routing of, then the transmission line has sought to minimise landscape and visual effects amongst consideration of other constraints and is largely successful in achieving this. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we go back to paragraph 3.1.4 of Ms. Rylett's inquiry report. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that not a direct quote?
Yes, I didn't say that some of it wasn't directly quoted. What I said was the way that she has strung that together with her own words isn't reflected in my appraisal, particularly not what you've referred to there in 3.1.4, but on the next page, in respect to the distances and the relative extent of effects that she goes on to describe.
Sorry, someone will check the transcript if I've got it wrong, but what I noted was you saying you do not recognise some of this section, and the point I'm making is it's a direct quote. Is that right?
But you also have just said some of this section. If that's what I said, which I suspect it is what I said, I recognise some of it, but not all of it. And the issue is that it doesn't correctly describe what I said in my appraisal about the extent of effects. It does, of course, correctly quote what I said about the point about seeking to minimise landscape and visual effects, but not other sections that have been put in italics and underlined, and the text that she has inserted in between those sections.
we go up to the top of page 3 of that document, under the heading Key Landscape and Visual Effects.
You're meaning my appraisal?
Yes, your appraisal, sorry. 020008. Second line, while it is evident that the proposed route for the transmission line has sought to minimise views from settlements and effects on designated landscapes where possible, brackets, being located adjacent to existing OHLs in some sections of the route and being aligned through commercial forestry in many areas, close brackets. Significant adverse landscape and visual effects will arise, particularly close to the route of the OHL, due to the nature and scale of the infrastructure proposed. We go back to 3.1.4. Do we see that that is again a precise quote? Is that right?
But I didn't dispute that there weren't precise quotes within that section, within that paragraph of Ms. Rylot's inquiry report. What I said is that they're almost taken out of context, and some bits, they've been taken from different sections of my appraisal and then joined up without the true nature of the effects that's been described in the appraisal being evident in her paragraph. And that is particularly, my point was particularly about the extent of effects, not about the routing of the development and what it sought to do in terms of minimising effects. So I think I've made that clear. The first bit of her paragraph 3.1.4, I have said that, and I acknowledge that, about it seeking to minimise landscape and visual effects, but it is not correct in all aspects in terms of its expression of the extent of those effects.
When you told us you don't recognise some of the language, what we should take from that is you don't agree with either the emphasis that's placed upon it or the conclusion she draws from it, but the language is accurate. We agreed on that?
Well, I think you have to consider what you're meaning by language. Language in all of the paragraph? No. Some of the bits she has underlined and put in italics, yes, they are lifted, but there is text in between, which you could describe as language. No, I don't agree with that, because it's almost twisting what I have said in the appraisal to come to a view that is positive for the applicant. So, and you have said yourself that I said some of the language. I did just say some of it. Some of it I have acknowledged has been taken from my appraisal, but not all of it. Some of it are Ms. Rylot's own words.
Can we agree on this? The language that's quoted and bears to be quoted in paragraph 3.14 is an accurate quote of what you have said, and the language that is not in quote marks is Ms. Rylot's own language.
I would agree. It's an accurate quote, but not necessarily taken in context, not given a full context as it's stated in the appraisal. I will just say to the reporters that they can compare both, and they will be able to tell themselves and make that judgment themselves.
Thinking of significant visual effects, a significant adverse visual effect doesn't equate to an RVAT breach. Agreed?
Sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry.
A significant adverse visual effect doesn't equate to an RVAT breach. So if there's a significant adverse visual effect, it doesn't necessarily mean there's an RVAT breach. Agreed?
I'm sorry, maybe it's my hearing. I don't quite understand what you're asking.
They're different things. Breach of the RVAT threshold is not the same doesn't follow necessarily from there being a significant.
I
Sorry,
think you were just needing to
RVAT? What is
explain
RVAT?
RVAT. I think she wasn't
Sorry, I
hearing
don't
that
understand
properly.
what RVAT means.
Sorry.
Like being dense?
Breach of and think of residential visual amenity when you reach the
Oh, right. I'm with you. Okay.
Sorry.
Right, let's start again.
I'll start again. My fault. This was supposed to be an easy question to start with. Residential visual amenity is one assessment. You can have a significant adverse visual effect, but not necessarily residential visual amenity issue arising from that.
Yes, yes, that's correct. And that's correct in terms of the guidance, the Landscape Institute guidance. It's quite specific during the residential visual amenity assessment.
And it's quite a high threshold.
Yes.
Other thing to keep in mind with all of this is context. Because context, like in almost every walk of life, is important. And so the context here is there significant visual effects are to be expected from a proposed development of this nature. Agreed?
Yes, I think that's agreed.
Because this development is not only a high voltage line, it's the highest voltage line, 400 kilowatt line. Agreed? And the policy 11E2, those impacts will generally be considered acceptable where the impacts are localised and or appropriate design mitigations being applied.
That's what the policy says.
That's what
yes.
the policy says. And the question we're exploring is the extent to which they are localised or the extent to which they're mitigated.
Correct.
Yeah. And for the purposes of Murray, it's a 57-kilometre stretch of line that's proposed.
Oh, I think it might be 58.
58, okay. I'll take 58. Your inquiry report, I think paragraph 5.9, don't consider the integrity of any national or local designated areas to be adversely affected.
That's
Is that correct? Routing and alignment, paragraph 4.6, you acknowledge it's sought to avoid prominent skylines and minimise the views from settlements, although there are still adverse landscape and visual effects along the route. Agreed?
Sorry, we're on my inquiry report, are we?
Yes, 4.6.
Yes, that's correct.
And you explained to us you've had some involvement before in routing and design routing.
Many years ago.
Was that for a applicant or a developer?
It was for an applicant, and it was down in England in the North York Moors National Park.
As a general rule now, how much of your practice is advising applicants as opposed to advising local authorities?
I solely advise local authorities, national parks, and Nature Scott.
And we looked at paragraph 1.6 with Mr. Brown in your inquiry report, that overall there's little between the applicant's landscape consultant and yourself in terms of judgments made on the significant landscape and visual effects likely to be associated with the proposed development. There's a fairly large measure of agreement between you.
Depends on, are you meaning Ms. Rylott, or are you actually meaning the professionals that undertook the LVIA? Because I do feel that Ms. Rylott distances herself slightly from the LVIA findings. So I have been clear that I agree with the majority of the LVIA findings on significance. I'm less emphatic about Ms. Rylott's changes in opinion on some of those findings that are set out in her inquiry report.
Just 1.6, the inquiry report. There's a large measure of agreement between yourself and the applicant's landscape consultant. That's the language that's in the inquiry report. So at least when you wrote that, you were happy there was a large measure of agreement.
The landscape consultant was WSP, I understand. And yes, when I wrote that inquiry report, I was basing it on the LVIA within the EIA. So yes, there is a large area of agreement between the findings of the LVIA and myself.
Thinking of the residential visual amenity assessments, I think as far as you go in the precognition is you identify a number of properties where you say it may be breached.
That's correct.
Don't go as far as to say in your professional opinion that the threshold is breached. Is that right?
I don't, and I do explain why. And for the benefit of the reporters, just to reiterate that, it's largely because I had not, the RVAA was submitted, frankly, very, very late on in the day. And although a very useful document, it did inhibit going individually to each property and going into the gardens and the grounds and having a proper look. So I did the field work in the same way as I understand Miss Rylott did, by looking principally from the nearest public road. I think you can't make a thorough judgment of RVAT, that whether the threshold is breached, unless you've thoroughly looked around the property, not necessarily in it, but you have some idea of how that property is lived in and what the extent of views are around it. So no, I have not come to a definitive decision on whether the RVAT would be breached, but I have highlighted in my precognition a number of properties where I think there's a possibility that it could be.
And since completing that precognition and today, have you visited any of those properties to take your assessment or understanding any further than we see in the precognition?
Since the precognition was, no, there has been no time for that.
June 2026, you were commissioned to provide evidence at this session on behalf of Moray Council, that's correct?
That's correct.
And November 2025, you undertook an appraisal of the proposed development for Moray Council, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, involvement did you have with the council between completing that appraisal in June 2026 when you're commissioned for this session?
Well, apart from doing other work for Moray Council, none on this particular proposal.
Thank you. That should have been a more precise question, but you answered it for me. Thank you. The recommendation to the councillors, November, December 2025, was there should be no objection to this application. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And that recommendation was in part, at least, informed by your initial appraisal. Is that correct?
Well, yes, that was evidence in terms of, sorry, that provided an appraisal which informed the planning officer's committee report, but it is not clearly stated in my appraisal whether I recommended objection or not. In some cases, I am asked to do that, to come to a view, but I wasn't in this case.
You make the point about the time available to review the landscape visual impact assessment when you were carrying out your appraisal. And that the limits that imposed on what you could do, the time that was available for you to do that.
Can I just correct you on that? Not the landscape and visual impact assessment. I had thoroughly looked at that, but the RVAA, which came in, the residential visual amenity assessment, that is, because of the timescale, that was tight. So that's why I was unable to look at it prior to producing my evidence for the inquiry report. So that is just one aspect of the landscape and visual impact assessment.
Yes, because what I was going to ask was the report to the councillors says there's been a thorough review of the landscape visual impact assessment, but your document we looked at, 020008, as I read it, made the point that due to the very short time scale it's been allowed, you've not been possible to undertake a detailed review of the LVIA in November 2025.
I did review it. I did a more detailed review prior to this inquiry and for my inquiry report.
The only point I was trying to check, in November 2025, you're doing that, you make the point that due to short time scale, not done a detailed review at that point, and I think what you're telling us is you've done a more thorough review in preparation for this session. Is that right?
That's correct. In terms of, I have a really thorough knowledge of Mori. I've worked for them for over 20 years, so I do know the landscape really, really well. In terms of the LVIA, when I did the appraisal for them in November 2025 for the council, I focused on the key landscape and visual impacts identified in the LVIA. I undertook field work on that basis to look at those. What I didn't do at that point was do a thorough assessment of the residential, sorry, I'm forgetting what they're called, the visual groups, the residential groups that are identified. So I didn't go in every one. I went to the ones that were most significantly affected. So that is what I mean, that I didn't have a chance to look at absolutely everything at that stage. But I feel, and I strongly feel this, that certainly at the appraisal stage, I identified the key landscape and visual effects. And again, this is going back to my point for the benefit of the reporters, it's honing in on what really matters. So, you know, you can't pick up absolutely every effect, and I don't think you should be expected to in an appraisal of a proposed development, but it's really honing in and using your experience and your professional opinion to identify those key effects for the benefit of the council so they can be informed as to what's important.
And with that experience and detailed knowledge of the Moray area, November 2025, not suggesting or recommending that there had to be a residential visual amenity assessment at that stage. No mention of RVAA at that point. Is that right?
That's correct, but I think residential effects had been considered, but in a more general way, in kind of areas lying close to the line, within 2 kilometres, I understand, maybe a little bit wider than that. So I felt that those receptors had been picked up. So I don't know. I think with an overhead line, obviously I've been involved with the T-Link and Tor line, where they did, the landscape consultants did an RVAA right from the start. and obviously that's not the case here, it is useful to have seen site of the RVAA and see specific properties identified. But I'm not certain that Murray would have necessarily requested that, or I would have necessarily requested that on behalf of them. I didn't feel that it really I don't feel it would really have informed me any further in terms of what I felt were the key landscape and visual effects, and so it's coming back to that. Apart from identifying that there would be significant adverse effects for many residential properties along the route.
So it wasn't something, in your experience, in your judgment, you felt it was necessary to obtain at that stage to inform the recommendation that was given to the councillors?
I don't think so, no.
At the time of that initial appraisal, the proposed routes known. That's agreed? Mm-hmm. Yep. So we know the properties that will pass by at that point. Agreed?
Yes.
Know about diamond crossings being introduced at points in it?
Yes.
Yep. Kellis alternatives known at that time, and you've pointed out that you strongly recommended that that was avoided. Mm-hmm. The applicant confirmed its position on the Kellis alignment on the 16th of June 2026. Had you been told by the council that the applicant had confirmed that it would be seeking to progress the Kellis alignment?
I hadn't been told that. I had gone with the position statement, which I don't know when that was issued. I don't know if it has a date on it, but I was going on what was said in the position statement, which I assumed was for the benefit of the inquiry. So I didn't know of the 16th of June firm decision.
And the planning officers, with your input and your experience, the report to committee concludes that the effects will be mainly localised to areas adjacent to the overhead line. Is that a view of the planning officers that you disagreed with?
That presumably is in the committee report, is it?
Yes.
Right. That's not reflected in my appraisal. I do not use the word localised in my appraisal. So it's a planning decision. The planners have to weigh up a number of aspects. Landscape and visual is just one part of that. So my opinion is it is not localised. The planning officer has taken a different view.
Planning officer's got a similar view to Ms Rylett about localised. You disagree on the question of the effects being localised. Is that right?
Yes, I do disagree. I should say, just to clarify that a bit more, I haven't got the committee report in front of me, but in terms of the planning officer coming to that view, it could be that they are weighing it up in terms of the national significance of the project. They have a whole host of other things that they need to consider, as I said before, not just landscape and visual. So it's not unusual that I would disagree with that from a landscape and visual point of view.
And that's one of the factors about, for example, routing decisions. It's not just a landscape and visual assessment. There are a range of other factors that go in to settling on a route or a technology that's used.
Yes, of course.
And so, for example, when you suggest that undergrounding at the Spey Valley would reduce the landscape and visual impacts, don't say anything about whether that's technically feasible or what the other consequences associated with that are.
No, because I'm taking a landscape and visual view, and that is my opinion, that it is likely to reduce effects. But I think I do acknowledge also that there could be technical and other environmental effects associated with that. I mean, there's another aspect at the Spey Valley, and that could include other mitigation, such as rationalisation of some of the existing lines. But I don't see that that form of mitigation has really thoroughly been considered by the applicant, certainly in the earlier routing studies that they have produced. That's my view.
In the generality, in your experience, what are the landscape and visual impacts that arise from undergrounding?
Terminal towers at either end of the undergrounding section, if you're only doing a section of it. If it's going into substations either end, that's fine, because you would have a terminal tower anyway. I presume with a 400 kV, I am conversant with the technical kind of restrictions on that in terms of maintenance of the line should a fault occur. In terms of the environmental effects, going under the Spey would be tricky, but I am assuming that there would be some sort of form of directional drilling that could avoid any impact on habitat, because it is a protected river in that respect. I am conversant with it. I have read all the documentation, all the background on routing. I was also involved with the Beauly Denny overhead line many, many, many years ago. And I worked with an underground specialist when I was working with the National Park and Nature Scott at that point, or SNH as they were then. And we worked with an undergrounding specialist to understand what scope there might be for undergrounding. So I am fully aware of what the technical constraints are, but also what the possibilities are.
And just trying to keep within your experience of landscape and visual impact assessments. Substations at either end, acknowledge that. What visual impact or landscape impacts would there be between the substations?
Are you meaning if it was undergrounded between substations?
With
So are we
underground.
meaning between like Beauly to Peterhead? So
No.
you've got the, right? What-
I'm asking, take the Spey Valley where you suggest underground would be an option, trying to understand what you understand the visual impacts and the landscape impacts would be of undergrounding that section of line.
Well, I've mentioned that. I thought I had mentioned that. The terminal towers, they are chunkier, heavier gauge towers. I feel that in the Spey Valley there is scope because you've got wooded sides, so you have got scope to partially conceal those at either end. You'll need some sort of compound at either end of the undergrounding sections, which you could locate in the woodland. Apart from that, you've got the actual construction works themselves, which would be quite major. And you probably would need a compound for some form of directional drilling under the Spey. But those effects could be, would be temporary. I think in landscape and visual terms, though, in the longer term, you would have minimal effects across the Spey Valley, but you would have permanent effects associated with the compounds either end of that undergrounded section.
What's your understanding of how regularly there would have to be access points to the underground cable?
I think you are asking me technical questions. I'm not an engineer. I'm a landscape architect, as you know. and I have fully acknowledged that there would be technical constraints, maintenance constraints. My point is that I don't think it has been explored in any great detail, and I did consider that in terms of some of the routine studies that you had looked at right from the start when the applicant considered alternatives. There was quite a lot about technical constraints, but very little information on what the environmental implications would be. So it wasn't clear, and I do state that in my inquiry report, just for the benefit of the reporters, which I think is in section 4 of my inquiry report, where I do acknowledge that the background that has been undertaken in terms of consideration of alternatives.
I'm not getting at a technical question about it. I'm trying to get at an understanding of what you understand the permanent landscape or visual impact would be of undergrounding, and so what permanent features would be on the landscape from undergrounding, and that's what I'm asking, how frequently would access points or other infrastructure be left on the landscape? What's your understanding of how frequently they would appear on the landscape?
In terms of sections of line where you would have
Underground.
access points, I haven't got an answer to that question.
Section 4 of your inquiry report you mentioned the Halford rules.
Yep, that's correct.
The 7th rule isn't one of the ones that is mentioned. Proceeds on an assumption that the highest voltage lines will be overhead. If we need to turn that up, for those who want to see it, document 010/058, page 4 of the PDF.
Could you say that again a little bit more slowly, please?
010/058, PDF, page 4. Do we have that?
No, I don't. I'm sorry, you're going to have to
Well,
give that
I'll-
reference again to me.
01.
Sorry, I had rather hoped to have a list of references because I'm not very good at getting the numbers straight in my head.
010
Yeah.
dot 058.
Okay, so. Okay, I have that now. Thank you.
We should see Rule 7. Approach urban areas to industrial zones where they exist, and when pleasant residential and recreational land intervenes between the approach line and the substation, go carefully into comparative costs of undergrounding for lines other than those of the highest voltage. And we see explanatory note on Rule 7. The assumption is made in Rule 7 is the highest voltage line is overhead. So that assumption in the Halford rules. Why why would you recommend undergrounding this highest voltage line?
But Rule
Is it
7...
not in a
Sorry,
residential area or not?
but Rule 7 is about urban areas, is it not?
And even there, cost of comparative costs of undergrounding for lines other than those of the highest voltage. My point is, in the Halford rules, an assumption the highest voltage line is overhead, you're content to recommend undergrounding the highest voltage line in the Spey Valley.
But the Halford rules, as I understand them, relate to overhead lines. So it's about routing an overhead line. So I don't understand the question. And particularly with Rule 7, it's about approaching urban areas, is it not? It's not about rural areas.
Drawing the contrast, so in an urban area we would still keep, it's on the assumption that the highest voltage lines remain overhead. Why in a rural area would you be recommending undergrounding the highest voltage lines, with the consequences that come with that?
I suspect that there is, with Rule 7, because it really applies to urban areas and through industrial zones, it really applies to urban areas, and there may be some constraint in terms of highest voltage lines going through urban areas because of the land take or something like that. I don't know. You wouldn't have that constraint. If that is the case, then you wouldn't have that constraint in a rural area necessarily. So that's the only thing I can think of. Maybe there's some form of technical or safety constraint that needs to be adhered to in urban areas for a high voltage line that's undergrounded.
But any technical issues associated with undergrounding or dealing with the highest voltage lines, that's out with your experience or
Of course it is. I'm a landscape architect,
Yeah.
not an electrical engineer.
No, indeed. Spey Valley. I think it's discussing this with Mr. Brown, acknowledged routing's challenging,
Yes, I agree.
and it's striking a balance between a range of competing interests. Agreed?
Yes, I would agree.
Of which landscape and visual is just one.
Yes.
And Spey Valley in particular, there's a balance because there's existing infrastructure there, and that balance between what we call wirescaping or going to an area that's otherwise untouched. There's a balance to be struck.
And I do acknowledge that in my evidence to this inquiry. In fact, I said it this morning. I think there is a tension there. What do you do? But that doesn't get away from the fact that there would be a significant landscape and visual effect. Just because you made that decision that you're going to place the line next to two others, it doesn't negate those effects. That's still going to occur, and that significant wirescaping effect. But I do acknowledge that there are challenges crossing the Spey Valley.
Sorry, ma'am. I wonder if it's helpful to look at the alignment, and maybe if we look at, yes, 007013. And if we go to the last page of that document, and if we have that, if we look to towards the bottom right, we see towers CB14-1C and CB14-2B. Do we see that?
Sorry, I'm not.
Sorry.
Document yet. As I said, I'm quite slow at doing this. Right, I have it now. Sorry, which page are we on?
The very last page of the
Okay.
PDF document. If we look in the bottom right-hand corner, it should be page 16 of 29 in the title box. Do we see that?
Yes.
And just to orientate ourselves, CB14-2B and CB14-1C, tower points, and we see the line crossing the River Spey. At that point, do we see that?
Yes.
And just below that, we see the OS symbol for a viewpoint. We've got the earthworks. There. And
The earth pillars.
earth pillars, sorry. And so that we're, again, orientating ourselves, the black line is the proposed route, and the black dots are the proposed towers. The green area, the green shaded area, is the limit of deviation. And if we look at towers CB12-15B, CB12-16B, and then linking it with CB14-1C, if we look just below that, do we see a dashed line? It's quite faint. And that's one of the existing overhead lines. Do you understand that to be correct? And the small squares on that line are existing pylons. Is that right? If you just help me by reference to the tower points, which part of the line here do you suggest should be undergrounded?
Well, I'm not specific in terms of the evidence to the inquiry, in terms of my inquiry report. I think it's written with a view of getting some mitigation of the significant landscape and visual effects that are going to occur in this section of the valley. So in terms of undergrounding, I think it would need to be taken quite far back from the edges of the valley. So it would certainly need to be from just east of Brown Muir and then into Ordequish Forest. So it's the whole section, including from Orbliston over to Ordequish.
Sorry, could you just clarify what you meant by, was it Brown Muir?
Brown Muir Hill, sorry.
Just for our benefit, where is that?
Brown Muir Hill is off this page. So you've got the tower B1113, which is close to Brownmuir Hill, or getting closer to Brownmuir Hill. So you've got the Alton side area, which is close to where the first, the overhead line crossing 2 is. And you've got the road, sorry, I don't know the number of the road that goes through Alton side. So it's really from the Alton side area to the west of that road right through to Alderquish Wood.
I wonder if we
Was
pass to the,
those-
sorry, if we pass to the previous page, because they run sequentially, we might find it might be easier to orientate ourselves by reference to Brownhill. So that would be page 15 of 29, PDF page 7.
Oh, that's fine. I understand it now. Thanks.
And in that area, you'd have to take it quite broadly because you need to have screening for the compounds at either end. So that would be the idea that you could have a degree of screening for terminal towers, etc., at either end of any undergrounded section.
So returning to page 16, the one we started with, all that we see in terms of the line on that page would fall within what you'd be suggesting is considered for undergrounding. Is that right?
Most of it, apart from the far western edge, because you'd want to put it within that woodland, the compound, sorry, I think that woodland's called something else. It's not called Alton Side Woodland. But yes, I can't read it. It's a bit blurred.
Are we talking broadly tower CB12-1?
No,
No?
probably about CB12-3.
And where would the undergrounding finish?
In Alderquish Wood. So that would be on the following page, which is page 17. And I think you'd want to take it roughly somewhere in the wood where you could get a degree of screening. And I should say that I've not considered this in great detail. My point is that I don't think the applicant has either in terms of thinking about alternatives. I don't feel that their consideration of alternatives has been considered and thorough in terms of what could be done, in the same way as off-site mitigation has not been considered in detail.
Are you aware that there's a Scottish water extraction point near the area of CB141C, which largely provides a supply of water to Keith?
I think you're putting all these technical questions to the wrong witness. Obviously, you don't have scope within the remit of this inquiry to put them to any other witness, I suspect. I'm not aware of it, but I have clearly said that I haven't looked at this in detail. It's out with my remit. But, you know, if there were all of these constraints, then why weren't they in the applicant's documentation on consideration of alternatives and the routing strategy? I don't recall seeing all of these constraints being listed, and certainly not the environmental constraints. And that's the point that I made in my inquiry report. They're mentioned, but not in detail.
Again, it wasn't meant to be a technical question. It was just a question of fact, whether you were aware it was there. But it goes to the point that whether to underground or not is not dictated by landscape and visual. It is a combination of a number of factors.
But you have
Technical,
asked me that
environmental
question.
impact.
You have asked me that question previously, and I have accepted that.
And so, again, recognising you speak to landscape and visual and not any of the technical information, I'm just wondering the basis on which you feel comfortable asserting this hasn't been considered thoroughly. if it's only the landscape and visual impact that you feel comfortable speaking to?
Because it's evident in the background information that I have to hand in terms of when I've put my evidence together for this inquiry. There is no detailed consideration of potential for undergrounding in this area in the background information that's been produced by the applicant. Consider it's just been dealt with out of hand, that it's just not going to happen. And so therefore you don't need to provide any sort of justification, because certainly from some of the consideration of alternatives that was described in the EIA, it's all about cost, you know, and about regulation, etc. But it doesn't really get to the nub of, you know, what could potentially be done. It hasn't looked in great detail, in the level of detail that you're now asking me about. I would have expected that to have been considered by the applicant.
In November 2025, when you were reviewing this, in the time you had available to review it, how much of the material produced by the applicant did you review when preparing that document?
I reviewed quite a bit of it. I looked at all the background, the alternatives considered. I looked at the routing strategy. So I did look at that. And I reviewed the EIA, which I presume summarises accurately what has gone before in terms of the proposal, alternatives considered, the routing strategy, etc. So I did review all of that.
Anyway, we'll continue with the Spey Valley since we have it in front of us. There's a number of properties, I think 3 properties that you consider possible RVAT issues with: Western Farmhouse, Eastern Cottage, Burnside of Dipple cottages. And we just orientate ourselves on the map again. CB12-16B, we see Burnside of Dipple. Do we see that?
Yes.
And if we come down south of that, 2 properties marked just to the left of the number 31. Do we see that?
Yes, they're the cottages, aren't they?
Yes, the Burnside of Dipple cottages.
Yeah. I think they're little lodges that are self-catering places.
Holiday let.
Yeah.
Sort of. So there's no, it's not a main residence for someone who lives there. It's a.
Well, I'm not certain about that. Some of them looked like they were main residences, and others looked like they were more like holiday lets. But I wouldn't know the background.
How many cottages are there?
Sorry, could you say that again, Mr. Reid?
How many cottages are there?
Oh, I can't recall offhand. Maybe 5 or 6?
Okay.
4 or 5? I have been there, but I can't remember how many.
Okay. And you've been down the track to those?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I've walked down there and I've walked along the Spey as well,
Okay.
and looked at those houses.
And so if we're looking at those properties marked just next to the number 31, we see immediately above it, there seems to be a pylon from the existing line. Is that right? We see the square marked in the dotted line.
Yes.
There's another one, what would be northwest, and there are 3 to the south on the other existing line. Is that right? And that pylon immediately to the north, you'd have to look through that pylon to see the pylon CB1216B.
That's correct, but it's much larger, and this is an example of the wirescape effect.
And that existing tower is within the limit of deviation. We see that from the green marking.
Yes, I do.
Now, you mentioned that you're not sure how Ms. Rylett's dealt with the limit of deviation. How have you dealt with it in coming to your views?
I haven't dealt with it because I have no information in terms of, for example, the RVAA doesn't deal with it and explain what could occur. It also, with the visualizations that were provided, the wireline visualizations, which are of limited use anyway, it's not showing what would happen if the towers were brought closer or further away. So I haven't dealt with it, no. I have focused on the information provided in the RVAA.
Just taking CB1216B, there's only so far it could move south because there's an existing line. It's within the limit of deviation, but it's only so far it could move south within the limit of deviation. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I would presume so.
Yeah. So, how should Ms. Rylett have dealt with the limit of deviation then in her assessment?
Well, in terms of her assessment, in terms of the RVAA, I think this is taking it out of context. It's looking at a situation where you've got parallel lines in close proximity to each other. Now, along the whole length of the line in Moray, there are many areas where that doesn't occur, and you've nonetheless got residential properties close to the line that could be affected by any sort of deviation to that alignment, particularly in tower placements. Now, I would just contrast it with the approach that's been taken with the Teeling-Kintore overhead line, in that the RVAA did consider limits of deviation. Now, I presume that in this case it was not considered because the applicant felt that there would be very limited scope for deviation. I'm not sure about the technicalities of that, why it wasn't looked at, and yet it was at Teeling and Kintore, because you could get the towers repositioned and the line repositioned up to 100 metres. And angle towers, I think it was 200 metres. Now, that didn't seem to be a factor in this line, so I guess I had considered if I suppose maybe I shouldn't have relied on the applicant to provide adequate information. I had assumed that because it wasn't considered in this case, that it wasn't going to be an issue, that you weren't going to be, the chances of you moving it were going to be very slim.
So I think the question was I asked you how Ms. Rylett should have dealt with the limit of deviation, and on the basis that there wouldn't be much deviation, I'm not sure I understand the answer to the question.
Okay, so it's the terms of the RVAA. I think in the RVAA it doesn't consider limits of deviation and what change might occur. And I guess there must be a reason for that. Miss Rylott doesn't address it in her evidence to this inquiry. I don't know if she was involved in doing the RVAA. I gather not from what she said in her inquiry report. I think she's just reviewed it, although she works for the same practice. But I had assumed, rightly or wrongly, that maybe there wasn't going to be an issue in terms of limit of deviation, that you really were quite firm in terms of the position of the towers, and that was it. And I just think it is quite unusual that that wasn't considered to be the case in Teeling and Kintore, and they looked at it and in quite some detail in the RVAA. So I don't have any other answer than that. I assumed it wasn't going to be an issue from the applicant's point of view, else you would have looked at it, surely.
So you just told us you read the EIAR, and you don't think limit of deviation would be an issue. That's right?
But I'm talking about the RVAA because you have your line of questioning is focused on these properties in the Spey Valley. And we're talking about the RVAA, are we not?
Yeah. This is not the only thing you can assess when considering the RVAA is the proposed development at that point. You consider the proposed route and you're assessing the impact of the proposed route. That's the only thing you can really assess, isn't it?
Well, no, I don't agree. And I think you need to have a look at the RVAA that's been done for Teeling Kintore, because that's quite different. And it does look at what might happen if the towers moved 100 metres or so, or 50 metres closer to a property. So that's a different approach. I'm just highlighting to the reporters that a different approach has been taken for each of these overhead lines. I don't know why. I've just highlighted it.
But you'll be aware of there's a change in control process before there's any microsighting or the limit of deviations used. Is that right?
Right. You're going to have to explain that to me. What did you... Sorry, could you just repeat the question, please, Mr. Reid?
You'll be aware there's a process about change in control or using the limit of deviations, a process by which that would be managed. You'd be aware of that, is that right?
You're meaning that consent would have to be obtained? I don't think so. I think you're meaning that there would be some notification, but maybe there wouldn't be any additional consultation if the towers were to be moved. I mean, you could notify, but then where does that leave the planning authorities?
Chapter 3, paragraph 3.6.8 of the EAIR.
Do we need to go to that, Mr. Reid?
I'm happy to read it, or
Okay,
if you
that's
want it
fine.
on the screen. It might be worth having it on the screen because we might come back to it in the course of the week.
If I can give us the reference in.
Where's the... It's in chapter 3 of the EAIR, which I've not written down the electronic number for because I've got it in hard copy. 6.4. Thank you, Mr. Finlay.
Sorry, what is the reference?
6.4, I'm being told.
Oh, 6.4, that's fine.
And which electronic page?
Someone will have to feed that to me because I've got a hard copy in front of me, the electronic page. It's internal numbering 3-7, if that helps. I'm obliged. And we see there, sorry, Ms. Anderson, do you have that on the screen?
Yes.
3.6.8. Where there's a requirement to vary the location or height of infrastructure within LODs, the relevant environmental information within the EIAR report would be reviewed to establish any potential constraints or adverse change in effect. Further advice on LOD changes would be sought from environmental specialists, and where relevant, consultation would be sought from the Highland Council, Moray Council, Aberdeen Council as planning authorities, and any relevant statutory consultees as required. 3.6.9, prior to any change being made to the proposed development within the LOD, a change control process would be undertaken to ensure that there's no unacceptable increase in adverse impacts as a result of this change. This process is managed via the applicant's internal change and control process. You see that?
Yes, I do see that.
Are you aware that there's agreement on a condition that there would be an environmental clerk of works who'd have to approve any LOD variation?
I wasn't aware of that, but I am now.
So, having seen that, and knowing that there's an agreement about a condition for an environmental clerk of works, how should the LOD be approached?
Well, I guess you can approach it either at the assessment stage that, you know, in terms of the EIA and the RVAA, but if you're going to do it later, at a later date, that's fine too, as long as it does involve meaningful consultation with the planning authorities and they do get a say in whether that would be acceptable or not. But it sounds, I do accept that it sounds from this description, which is in the EIA, isn't it? Yes, that there would be a process of consultation put in place. So I accept that.
And that would be fortified if it was subject to approval by an environmental clerk of works. It's not just a consultation tab.
Not my witness, but the questioning is in danger of misleading it, because the current draft condition says that the information will be provided to the authorities for purposes of information only, not by way of consultation and response to consultation. And there's no suggestion the ecological clerk of works, which is indeed an agreed position, will have any visual or landscape expertise. So I think the learned friend has to be very careful as to what he's suggesting the applicant's case is on this point, because it covers both Moray and Highland. Because my understanding of the current position of the applicant is that there will be no consultation as such with the relevant planning authority.
Mr. Reid, do you want to carry on with that line at the moment, or
I was finished with that line, and I'm,
okay, we may
as
come
ever,
back to
grateful for advance notice of where my learned friend might be going or what might be an issue.
that. And can I just check what condition that is? Is that 11? Right. Okay. Thanks.
Perhaps Mr. Reid may wish to carry on, but I'd certainly like to know whether the applicant's case is the planning authorities will be consulted or won't be consulted. Because I agree with him, if you read 3.6.8 and 9, suggests they would be or may be consulted. If you read the draft condition, they won't be. It would be very helpful to know what the applicant's position on that is.
Well, I was just suggesting that perhaps it's not for Ms. Anderson to answer that. We could maybe move on
I
at this
agree.
point, but you'll certainly answer that at some point.
We'd looked at Burns of Dipple, just whilst we've got it, if we go back to the map we were looking at. Page 16 of 29. If we head further to the left, to the west, we see Easterton Cottage. Do you see that just slightly below CB12-15B? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
That again sits between the two existing lines. Is that right?
That's correct.
Then further to the west, we have Westerton, and it's in a similar position again, between the two lines with pylons either side. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so the issue here is ultimately, do they already have enough to look at, or the fact that's already there, is this the least bad option, for want of a better phrase? That's what it comes down to at this site.
I think for those properties, it is a significant cumulative effect and a wirescaping effect, as acknowledged in the LVIA in a number of places in the LVIA in respect of the Spey Valley effects on receptor groups. So yes, and also magnified by the fact that it's a bigger line.
Now, I think you told us you'd been to Burnside of Dipple cottages. Have you been to Easterton and Cottage in Westerton Farm?
Yes, I have.
Is the RVA threshold, in your professional opinion, breached at these points?
I think I've been quite clear in your earlier questioning that I don't come to a view on the RVAT because I haven't I haven't stood in the gardens around those properties and had a clear view of how those properties, the rooms within the properties, are lived in. So I have not been able to come to a view on the RVAT whether that threshold has been breached.
So when you say you visited those properties, it's
It's
from
the
the
road.
nearest public point?
It's from the road or a track. And I've walked down the track near the cottages, the Burnside of Dipple cottages.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm in your hands. I'm not, you indicated between 12:30 and 1. That might be a convenient point. I suspect I have a couple of more things to do, but I suspect I'm also at a point where I might be able to rationalise that with the opportunity of lunch and a discussion. So if that's convenient for you, ma'am, that might be a
That's
convenient
fine.
point.
Yep. Happy to take a short lunch break here, so that'll be for an hour. Unless you've only got a couple more questions.
No, I would like the lunch.
Okay,
And as I
that's-
indicated before, I also would have asked for an opportunity just to check with Ms Coburn, who's not physically sitting next to me. So this might be the convenient point, and it'll
Okay.
avoid me having to ask for a pause again at the end.
Okay, that's fine. If everyone's happy with that, we'll take a break and we'll come back at 13:45. Yeah. Okay, thank you everybody. I think everybody has returned. I hope you've all had a pleasant lunch. Thank you, Miss Anderson, for taking yourself away. And I hope the temperature's a little bit better. I've kind of put it up a little bit, so I hope that's now not going to get too hot, but keep us posted. So we will go back to Mr. Reid to finish off his cross-examination.
I'm obliged, thank you. The lunch has had the focusing effect. I think I've probably got one other thing I just wanted to look at with you. We've talked about the earth pillars, and I wonder if we could just have a look at the visualisation for that, which we should find at 008044. Do we have that? We're looking down towards the properties we were looking at. If we think about the map we looked at before lunch, we're on the other side of the Spey looking towards the properties that we were thinking about. Is that right? Are we at the viewpoint? Is the photographer at the viewpoint here?
There are a couple of viewpoints. The one on the map, that's on the OS map, it's not quite the same as the one that's on the interpretation panel that you get near the car park, where there were a couple of viewpoint locations on the interpretive panel. This is just before the viewpoint.
So if we just use the first visualisation, if we're trying to orientate ourselves, where would the viewpoints be relative to the photographer of?
Sorry, I haven't got this down, I've just got hard copies, so I'll look at my map.
The figure we were looking at before lunch is 007013. And the final page of that PDF, which is page 16 of 19.
Sorry, your question, Mr. Reid, is where is that viewpoint 29 in relation to the promoted viewpoint, or i.e. the viewpoint that's marked on the OS map?
Yeah. First the OS map, and then the promoted.
It's quite hard to tell because of the scale of the map, even though I've got a 1 to 25k map. But I think it's just slightly above that viewpoint, because that viewpoint looks like it's almost on top of the earth pillars. The promoted viewpoint, that is.
Okay, thank you.
I should maybe, just for the reporter's clarification, say that the best place to see the earth pillars, you've probably been there already, is from the Spey, because you don't really see them from that elevated viewpoint. What that viewpoint 29 does is give us a more of an overview. Rather than seeing the earth pillars, it's an overview of the proposed development as it crosses the Spey, and also long distance views towards the diamond crossings as well at Orbeliston. The earth pillars are commonly viewed from the tracks that are along the Spey, but also from the waters of the Spey, which are used by kayakers and canoeists and fishermen, as you've no doubt found out.
Yes, because that photograph's more or less underneath the existing lining. Certainly the photographs there, we don't really see the Spey from where the photographer's standing.
There is a better view of the Spey further up. It's where the wayleave is, that particular photograph.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. I did expect to have more, an hour and a bit ago, but as is always the way. So I'm grateful for the timing of the adjournment.
If you could go, sorry, forgot myself, thank you. If you could go back to your recognition, so that's 20037, looking at paragraph 4.4, do you have that? Could you expand a little bit more about this point, about the different approach to considering the limits of deviation in the contoured teeling line versus this line? Did you give evidence to that inquiry, and how did that different approach affect your evidence?
Yeah, so that's in 4.3 of my recognition. You will know that the Teeling Kintor hearing was fairly recently. The RVAA for that was done for that line, in the assessment, the assessors made a judgment on the line as proposed, and then they considered the limits of deviation, not the vertical increases at 9 metres, because they considered that that wouldn't make much difference. I'm not sure I totally agree with that, but they didn't take account of that in the assessment, but they did take account of the horizontal limits of deviation, and they offered a different view in terms of whether it would worsen the effect or otherwise. And I think that was quite useful when going out with that information on site to have a look at each of the individual properties, because you could see you could see where they'd made that judgment as to whether it would worsen the effect or not.
Okay, and was there any discussion about any removal of or any sort of limitation on the limits of deviation in relation to residential properties?
Yes, yes, there was, in that with that particular scheme, there were more sensitive areas defined right from the start. For example, near the crossing of the South Esk River, and in those areas there was a restricted limit of deviation had been defined, so that it couldn't, it was, I don't think it was entirely lifted, but it was restricted, so it might have only been a 50 metre deviation that was permitted. So there were sensitive areas along the route where it would be restricted. The other thing that was interesting at the inquiry from a landscape and visual point of view, and in respect of properties, residential properties, is that there seemed through the discussions at the hearing that there was some scope to move towers up and down the line. So they weren't necessarily fixed. There are given spacings, the line between the towers, but it did appear, certainly from the hearing, that the applicant was willing to consider some readjustment of some towers where it would alleviate a very significant effect.
Okay, thank you. I think I want to go on to undergrounding again. You had some discussion about that this morning. So in your inquiry report, paragraph 4.2, I think, of your inquiry report, you say that SSEN sets a higher bar for triggering undergrounding than Scottish Power, and you've referenced, I think, a Scottish Power document 020-021. Is that right? Could you say a little bit more about that?
That's correct. I mean, I reviewed a number of documents addressing undergrounding, but I do also acknowledge that that's on the face of it. From reviewing those documents, it would seem that the SPEN undergrounding document seems to appear to have a lower bar in terms of triggering possible undergrounding. So it would minimise effects on regional and locally valued landscapes, as well as avoiding significant intrusion. But I don't know whether that has happened in practice. I mean, there's been very little undergrounding of high voltage transmission lines in Scotland, a few down south, I think in the Vale of York, but I have to say I don't know the details.
So was there any particular part of that spend document that you think we should look at in that regard?
Really, I think it's the paragraph 3.6 in that particular document. I mean, the documents are not really, both documents are not really detailed. They're setting out almost like a company policy and an approach to undergrounding. So I think they're open to a bit of, you would need to delve to find out whether that, you know, whether there is a difference in practice.
Just a couple of quick questions about maps. I'm hoping that you can answer, but could you point us to the best maps to view the sort of whole extent of the Spey Valley SLA, the Devon Valley SLA and the Davamoors SLA? Would they all be in one document, or
Yes,
is
they're
there
all.
separate?
Yes, they're all in the Moray Local Landscape Designation Review, and I'd need to get the reference for that for you. It should be in my.
And 26, I think.
Is that 1026?
Yes.
2018 document,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Right, okay, that's the most up to date. Okay.
Yes, that has the most up-to-date maps.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. If we could just turn back to the Holford rules again, we had a little bit of chat about that. So that's 10.058. And you talked a bit about the tension in trying to find the best route. So would you say that the general approach that the applicant has taken to align the route alongside existing overhead lines, does that conflict with the Holford rules? I think para 5.7 of your inquiry report discusses the rules in relation to the Spey Valley crossing, but is that the main or the only conflict that you see with the rules?
I think it is. I think in general, and I do acknowledge this in my evidence to the inquiry, I think the routing strategy is generally successful, but inevitably with a development of this scale and nature, you can't avoid significant landscape and visual effects. Unfortunately, I think if the proposed development had been aligned elsewhere in the Spey Valley, so i.e. separate from the existing overhead lines, that would have an effect. It would spread the effect in potentially, you know, into other areas. But the main conflict is the wirescape. And I think in terms of that, even if undergrounding is not a possibility because of technical and cost reasons, I think some consideration of rationalisation of lines, of the existing lines in that area could alleviate some of the landscape and visual effects. At the moment, you've got I think they're 275 kV lines crossing the Spey, and I understand from Moray Council that in early stages of consultation with them, that there was talk with the applicant. The applicant was considering rationalisation, i.e. getting rid of maybe one of the lines or something of that order, but that was dropped later on. That's my understanding.
Going back to your precognition, section 3, you're discussing the Kellis alternative alignment. And I think you say in paragraph 3.4, that's electronic page 3, that mitigation is needed in this part of the lossy valley. So could you explain what you mean by mitigation in that context? Are you meaning the selection of the original route over the alternative route, or are you meaning landscape mitigation or something else?
Yes, that isn't clear. What I'm meaning is, I think, greater consideration of what could be done to mitigate effects. Obviously, if the Kellis alternative alignment is selected, and that is an if, the Kellis wind farm is constructed, that's by no means certain, from what I gather, then you're going to have a major cumulative landscape visual effect. The line, the Kellis alternative alignment, doesn't really conform with the Holford rules in terms of the frequent changes of direction in the line, which necessitates more angle towers, heavier looking angle towers, and there will be effects on the wider valley, for example, travelling on the B road between Dallas and Kellis. And whereas I do accept that in the Kellis area, a lot of the properties are fairly well screened, and that was a factor in terms of the consent of the Kellis wind farm, there are some more elevated properties with open views that you would see the proposed development and the wind farm together. In terms of mitigation, I suppose there are a number of things. I mean, the preferred alignment is the better option. I guess that we had hoped within the council that there might have been some negotiation between the Kellis wind farm developer and SSEN, and they might have come to some arrangement with readjusting of turbines or something like that to allow away leave. Obviously, that doesn't look like that's happening, so that would be the second best in terms of doing that. Sorry, that would be the first best because it would be the preferred option. The second best, and certainly not as good, would be to do a lot more off-site planting. So planting of woodlands. I mean, this alternative alignment is going to necessitate considerably more felling of woodland anyway than the preferred route. So there will be a need for compensatory planting, but I think there's also compensatory planting, and then there's another aspect of mitigation in terms of planting woodlands, tree lines, riparian woodland, for example, in the Lossy Valley, which would help to soften the quite stark effects of the line, which I think would be important to concentrate mitigation, off-site mitigation planting in that area.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you a little bit more about that. Could you talk about the extensive off-site landscaping being concentrated in this part of the Lossy Valley? So were there specific locations within the Lossy Valley that you were thinking about there in relation to particular residential receptors or transport receptors, or is it general?
I think all of those, and particularly the B road, but also some of the residential properties. So there is a little bit of a crossover between landscape enhancement and almost compensation for the significant effects that are going to occur. But certainly I would say in the Dallas area, where they are going to be particularly hard hit cumulatively by a lot of development. The Clashgar wind farm, for example, Kellis and this overhead line, all encroaching into that valley. So I think a whole kind of almost master plan or action plan of extensive planting is needed to help kind of mitigate some of those effects. It's not going to negate them, but it would help to some degree to provide some low-level screening and some compensation, really.
Thank you. I was just going to come on to Clashgower, actually. I think in your inquiry report, we go back to that, 2022, you discuss the effects on the Dava Way, and you say that there would be significant adverse combined cumulative effects with Clashgower. And then if we look at the applicant's cumulative assessment update, the technical notes, that was 13014. Do you have that?
Yes, I have that.
Okay, so in that document, and that's dated in May 2026, in paragraph 2.2.8, in relation to the Dreineken, Lochendorp and Davamores SLA, it states that with the addition of Clashgower, the effects on the SLA would reduce the effects of the proposal. So did you take that into account in your assessment against the SLA as a whole? How does that relate to your assessment on Davaway itself?
I'm not quite sure. Did you say SLA? Yes. Which SLA? Oh, that is in Highland Council.
Sorry.
So I haven't looked at that.
Okay, well, that explains that then. I will come back to that later then. But you have taken into account that cumulative assessment update technical note?
I have.
Yes. And that update does say some things about Moray. So it talks about the effects on a number of residential receptors in Moray, and they're said by the applicant to increase as a result of the Kellis alignment, combined with the additional development. So if you look at para 2.2.11, so it's saying that the effect on certain residential receptors would increase, and is that something that you would agree with, and if so, are there particular properties that you would highlight in that regard?
I would agree with that. And the properties are located, I'd need to check the names, but they're the properties that are located principally on the northern edge of Moydach Moor. So it's more, it's in the the minor road that goes off the A940. Delis Brachty, that sort of area, but it's actually the properties before that. And sorry, I've scribbled over the name of them and I can't read it. Is it Rehans or something like that? But there are a number of properties there are about 8 of them along that road, aligning that road, that get views to south, and they would see Clashgower, and they would see also this proposal. Obviously, this proposal will be much closer to them. To those properties, but the greater size of the turbines within Clashgower, I think some of them are up to 180 metres, would have a significant effect. I think in the Clashgower EIA, there are visualisations from that area which you can check against. It has, I'm sure there is a viewpoint in that area. Yep,
that's fine. I think that's all my questions. Did you have anything? Nope. Right, that's all from us, thank you. So I'll pass back to Mr. Brown.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms Anderson, I've just got one question for you. There was discussion this morning about RVAA and your position on the RVAA was that you hadn't quite completed it. What's your ultimate advice to the reporters on RVAA?
My advice is to go and have a look at the properties I've identified, which I understand that you already have put in train anyway, at least some of them, and if possible to get proper access as advised in the Landscape Institute guidance has been the best option in order to make that judgment. I think it's a tricky judgment to make and because it lies within subjectivity, and I think that's quite difficult to make that judgment as to what would become an unbearable or unpleasant place to live in. I think more detailed consideration of that needs to be made.
Thank you. I've got no further questions.
So we would now be turning to the applicant's evidence. I think it might be worth just having a quick chat about timings and how we think that might all work. Obviously, we wouldn't like to leave Mr. Rylott hanging overnight, but you know, there's quite a few people that probably want to cross-examine, so I'm not sure what your thoughts are.
I think we had all on this side prepared on the basis there's a real possibility that Ms Rylott would be continued overnight. And
right.
For example, the practical arrangements as she travelled separately from everyone else have been put in place. So
that's great.
I would be very pleasantly surprised if she doesn't break overnight, but
right,
we've made the necessary arrangements that that's not an issue.
Right, that's helpful, thanks. Thank you. So, yep, feel free to proceed if you want to get straight on.
I'm just wondering, would a shorter adjournment allow Ms Rylott to sit where Ms Anderson was might be helpful? I'm conscious of the recording of it and the like as well. You would have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, that should be us ready again. If you'd like to start, Mr. Reid.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Ms. Rylett.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. You're here as a chartered landscape expert, and could you just start by giving us an idea of the experience you have in landscape and visual architectural issues?
Yes, my CV is in Appendix 1 of my inquiry report. I'm a fellow of the Landscape Institute. I have almost 30 years' experience in landscape and visual impact assessment, mainly working in the fields of energy-related infrastructure, most of that which is wind farm development, but some grid connections as well.
And do you have experience of working in Highlands, Moray, Aberdeenshire area in relation to those developments?
Yes, I do. I have worked on several wind farm developments within Highlands, Moray and Aberdeenshire, some of which are within the combined cumulative assessments that have been put together.
I want to start by discussing some of general topics that have come out today, and then I'm going to look at the specific properties that have been identified in relation to the Moray area. There's some concern, and then do the same exercise in Highlands. So if we start by asking you about localised, and you heard Ms Anderson's evidence about a case for a more nuanced approach, thinking about the linear effect and the severity of effect. Could I ask for you to comment on your understanding of localised in the context in which we are considering it?
Yes, I can. And localised, I think on the face of it, means geographical distance. And I'm going to take you through how I've considered it in my assessments. And one of the first things that I want you to look at is my inquiry report, which is document 020-001. And if we turn to, just find the page, page 40 for Moray Council. You can see I've summarised the viewpoints and provided viewpoint analysis of the viewpoints within Moray Council area. I have organised the column, the central column has got the distance, and I've compared that against the significance ratings which I've undertaken myself and which the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment team at WSP have undertaken. So you can see where the differences between us lie, but you can see the commonality between where the significant effects fall, and within Moray there are none falling beyond 1.4, 1.5 kilometres distance or thereabouts. You can see there are examples of viewpoints where that has been tested, so they're further distance, 2 kilometres for example, and the impacts have not been judged to be significant. On page 8 of my inquiry report, there is a similar exercise performed for the viewpoints within the Moray Council area, and also within Appendix 2 of my report, you can see there is a comparative analysis. So we have 3 landscape sources there, myself, the Highland Council's expert witness, and also WSP's landscape team looking at the viewpoints there to come to those judgments.
Sorry, what was the third reference that you gave?
It's page 8 of the
one.
page 8 of my inquiry report.
Was it the appendix that you were referring
And the
to?
Appendix 2, which is in the back
Right.
of that report.
That's it, thanks.
So that takes us through, and again, that gets us roughly within 1.5 kilometres distance, all the significant effects falling within that. And then on page 103 of my inquiry report, I've done the same exercise again for Aberdeenshire Council, and again, we get similar results. So it's not just me, it's several landscape architects who have undertaken this exercise, and by and large everyone has come to the similar or the same conclusions. Then I'm going to take you to...
I wonder, just before we leave that, if we look at the table on page 9, just as an example of your inquiry report, page 9 of the inquiry report.
Page 9, yes.
And so that we understand it, in the right-hand column, this is your assessment under inquiry report.
Yes, that's my assessment.
And the significance of items are underlined. Is that indicating a variation on your part, or?
Yes.
And the shading represents moderate, major, the degree of the assessment. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And the distances you're referring to, we see in the second column. And to take that as an example, we've got Culloden Battlefield at about 3 kilometres, and you've got Easter Moniac at 252 metres. Is that, we see the range of distances?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Sorry, I think I cut across you wanting to take the reporters to another document.
Yes, so I would like you to look at a series of figures which are reference numbers 019, and then it's 007 through to 101. Sorry, 010. So 7 to 10. There's 4 figures there.
And is this with a view of trying to give us an oversight of, or an overview of the entire developments?
They are, yes. So the first one, 0.19.007 is a topographical map which shows the route alignment with the viewpoints on it and the various wind farms constructed, existing and consented. And then 008 refers to the same scale of map, but it's got all the landscape character on it. It's also got the special landscape areas. You can see the full extent of those and their distribution across the study area.
Second till we get that open, just so that we can understand it when you're talking about it.
We just dwell on 007. In blue we have the route. We've got the pink dots are giving us consented or applied for wind farm locations, and the small blue dots are giving us operational wind farms. Is that right?
So in the key, the pink dots are application consented scoping wind farms. The blue dots are operational.
And so, for example, if we're on page 2, we have an overview of the Murray area with the application line in blue, the existing and consented wind farms marked on it there. And for scale, am I right to understand the purple dashed line's 10 kilometres
Yes.
from the route, and the black dashed line is half that distance, is 5 kilometres from the
5
route?
kilometres, yes.
Is that right? I think you wanted us to go on and look at 19.8.
So just, yes, for context, 19.8 shows at the same scale the different landscape character types and the special landscape areas in the pink hatching. And on page 2 of that, you can see the extent of the Spey Valley SLA, for example, which stretches across the entire study area from the national park all the way up to the coastline. And then the next figure in this series is 009. This shows the ZTV for the area, across the study area. It's also got a clearer picture of the special landscape areas, where they are, the cumulative developments, and all the viewpoints.
And the viewpoints are the blue dots with a black dot in the middle, and there's
That's correct, yes.
a number which it correlates with the viewpoint.
Yeah. And then the last one in this set is 019.010, which is a detailed map that at 1 to 50,000 scale, it shows the Kellerstrom alignment, alternative alignment as part of the route, and it also shows the detail of the Spey Valley SLA with the viewpoints shown on that. And so that's just some figures. But if I can go back to 007 viewpoint, just to go back to this point about localised, I want to comment about the overall grain of this landscape. And you can see that along this route, sorry, I'm just going to zoom out of this a little bit. If you can see along the route alignment, it tends to go across the northernmost area of the hills in this area. And so we're sort of picking a mid-slope through forests and glens, moorlands and valleys. And in doing so, it crosses a series of areas or places. So it's almost like slicing the sausage. And the grain of the landscape is north-south. So we have a line that's going east-west, and the grain of the landscape is north-south. And you can see that because the majority of the roads also follow that grain of the landscape. So you've got roads and associated residential receptors, recreational receptors. You've also got rivers, the Spey Valley, and the associations with that, all going north-south. So that limits the impact this line can have on those receptors because it's crossing them perpendicular. If that grain were lined a different way, then you would have instances where we've got parallel routing against receptors. So if you imagine a coastline or a river and a line that tracks that grain of the landscape, the impact's going to be greater. So that geography helps limit the impact of this line. So we avoid parallel receptors, we avoid sequential effects in that way. Now, we then are left with a series of areas that are impacted upon. Some are more significant or sensitive than others, and they vary in the degree of significance in terms of the impact. We've already heard, as I've stated from the viewpoint analysis, that the area of significant impact is roughly 1.5 kilometres from the line. And as we go through these different places and different areas, some of them are populated by wind farm development, others are populated by people, so there's different sensitivities there to be accounted for. Some of these areas are designated at a local level, and we've picked up one in Moray, the River Spey. The majority of the route is undesignated. I referred to in my report to a handful of areas. There are 5 areas within Moray, so that's where I got the handful from, I beg your pardon. But if we look at the areas that are being crossed, a lot of it is undesignated land, and where it is designated, it's locally designated. And these are largely areas where existing pylons are not uncommon in the landscape. These are inhabited areas, contemporary landscapes where pylons are visible. They are not an incongruous feature in these landscapes, including within the River Spey SLA. And these are also areas of change. So these are landscapes, because they're not in wildland areas, they are subject to change. Even the forestry is subject to periodic change and rotation. Areas around Inverness are subject to gradual change, urban expansion, roads, etc., all happening in these areas, because you can see from the geography of the area, this is a landscape that is subject to change.
You talked there about the existing electricity infrastructure, and we heard this morning from Ms Anderson about the balance between, I think she described it as wirescaping or going into previously untouched land. Is that a tension that sits in routing from a landscape and visual perspective?
I think it's a tension in the sense that you can get to a point where the wirescape becomes unacceptable. There's too much of it. But I think to simply have two lines crossing each other is not in that category. To simply have more than one line visible in a view is not in that category. And as we drive around and travel around this part of the world, we see that pylons are part of this landscape. Wirescapes exist. And so it's not something that we don't encounter. It is actually something that's part of our landscapes already. It's a negative factor, that's certainly, and it's certainly something that as landscape architects we would look at in terms of the significance and the severity of the effect. But in bringing all of these factors together, this brings me to localise. And there were two other aspects that Ms Anderson spoke about. She spoke about numbers of receptors and severity of effect. Now, the severity of the effect, the greatest of it, will be contained within that localised area of 1.5 kilometres. The numbers, and that's very interesting because I'm going to take you to two documents to have a quick look at this, if we can. Just find the document numbers. So the first one is 015.04, and it's the residential visual amenity, part 4 of 14. And it's pages 1 to 4, page 16 out of 30, if we have a look at that one. And then the other one is the same residential visual amenity document, and that is, what is that? That's part 5, part 05. So we've got part 4 and part 5. If you can let me know if you've got those.
Okay, and which page in that second document?
Let's look at page 16. So the landscape and visual impact assessment has got us to this stage, and it's quite a granular assessment. You can see that receptors have been grouped together within these pink areas, and the assessment has taken account of receptors in those groupings. And when we've come to the residential visual amenity assessment, we've looked at it in more detail. And so the groups that, where there's deemed to be a major moderate or a moderate impact on, in this case, residences, are outlined in green. And you can see that those receptors picked out are within 1 kilometre of the line. And then if we turn to the same page, page 16, in part 5 of the document, you can see that same area. And that receptor that had been picked out in green, the sieve has got tighter, and we've identified...
Sorry, just a second. I'm not looking at the right page then, because page 16 in the second document is not the same area.
Oh, it's page 10, I beg your pardon.
Thanks.
So on page 10, we have sieved out which particular residential properties have made it through to the residential visual amenity assessment. And we're down to 5 properties in that part of the Spey Valley. So that gives you an indication of numbers, and it gives you an indication of severity. And you could look at this in all manners. So drawing all of those factors together, I feel very strongly that we have a localised impact in particular areas along the line of this route. So that's my answer on that one.
We touched on distance in that as well, because one of the other comments, we had a discussion this morning about distance. And I take from the tables you took the reporters to earlier, the distances aren't purely arbitrary, but are done on that assessment that's been carried out of where the viewpoints and the like were. Is that right?
Yes, I mean that's interesting because these are viewpoint locations, so they've been selected through consultation. Generally speaking, you want a viewpoint to be representative of the receptor. You want it to be representative of the worst case, of the view of the development. You don't want it to be positioned behind trees or anywhere like that. So I think having that gives weight to this piece of information, the viewpoints, where they're located, and what the analysis of them means, what it points to in terms of localised impacts.
Other general topic to touch on, discussed this morning, RVAA, and Ms Anderson was firstly clear, lies in an area of subjectivity, the assessment, but also explained why she hadn't reached a view and essentially hadn't had a close enough inspection or view from the properties. You have reached a view in relation to them. Could you explain to the reporters how you felt able to express an opinion, especially in relation to properties where you hadn't managed to visit inside or visit the residents?
So, for example, in paragraph 338 of my inquiry report, I deal with this aspect. And I've had possibly a slight advantage over Miss Anderson in that I have access to the 3D computer model of the scheme and the virtual terrain and the aerial photographies, etc., that allows me to virtually access somebody's garden, as it were. I can position a viewpoint in their garden and I can see what the line will look like from that location. And you can see examples of this with the wire lines that we have prepared. I can also put into that model other features like trees, woodland, things that might screen the view. I have access, as others do, to things like Google Street View, aerial photography, numerous maps, GIS information, and planning applications where they've been necessary to look at. I've also been out to site and I have visited around these properties. So for some properties, we have requested access and some residents have been kind enough to give us access, and so I have visited some of these properties. Others, we've been unable to get access, and that's not unusual. You know, I'm able to visit from various locations around properties, and it's interesting that as you travel around a property, you go up the road or you go round the footpath or you look at it from high ground, you can see down onto it. We just looked at the viewpoint 29 where you could see some of the Dipple cottages, and you could actually see quite a good aerial perspective in the background of that view as to what they looked like. And so it's a little bit like a detective job, but you can get round, you can get a good idea. And I've been doing this for a long time. I feel fairly confident that the results that we've got are correct. I've been working with the team of landscape architects at WSP who have also been out to visit these properties, and when I say visit these properties, within the vicinity of them, not to them. And that's the information that we've based our assessment on. And I think it's a reasonable level of information upon which to make this judgment, to advise the planners and yourselves of the next step in that process.
Is there any technical guidance on the need to attend properties before you can reach a view?
Yes, there is, and the Landscape Institute have produced a document which is before this inquiry. It's document 010.057, paragraph 4.21. And I'm just reading an extract from it now. Those properties included in step 4 of the residential visual amenity assessment, it may also include visiting those properties. So it's not a requirement, and as I've stated already, residents may say thank you, but no, I don't want you in my garden. I haven't got time for this. Access is denied. I have to do something. I still have to complete the assessment, and there are plenty of other information that I can get to draw upon that.
A couple of more general questions before we turn to Murray. Limits of deviation. Unlike Teacup, the residential visual amenity assessment here was not done in parallel with the EIAR. It was done in much closer proximity to the inquiry. How have you taken into account the fact of a limit of deviation in considering the residential and visual amenity assessment?
Well, I haven't taken that into account, in the sense that I don't really feel that it is a worthwhile exercise. I have spoken to the engineers, I've spoken to various people on the team, and there is a limit of deviation. But there is a degree of accuracy within where the towers are positioned as they are currently. And we were just talking about the River Spey, and we know there's a water abstraction point through there. I know from talking to the engineers that they have had to be very careful with the tower positions right through that area. And I also note that it's interesting because when I'm looking at these properties and when I'm walking and visiting the properties, all of them are in this category of high magnitude or moderate to high magnitude. And so if you move a tower further away, it's a strange thing, but sometimes you can move it further away and it becomes a worse impact. And that's because you've maybe moved it along the line, and it's so something that was closer but behind vegetation or another building now is further away but in the primary view. So you then start to think, what is the worst case within the limit of deviation? And the multiple scenarios that you have to literally consider for each individual property about where hypothetically a tower may or may not go within the limit of deviation suddenly becomes an impossible task to do it in that level of detail.
Is what you've assessed as the proposed, by reference to the proposed development?
What has been looked at here is a realistic and practical assessment of where the towers are positioned relative to the properties. And I think to do more than that is conflagrating the information beyond the point of a reasonable assessment. I also would point to wind farm assessment, where it's common practice to undertake a residential visual amenity assessment. It's also common practice for the turbines to have a limit of deviation or a micro-siting condition of 100 metres. I have never seen a residential visual amenity for a wind farm where that micro-siting allowance has been taken into account. All the wire lines, photomontages that I've seen for that area of development have shown the turbines to be positioned on the point on the map, and we don't go into the, could it be 100 metres this way or that way, or over that way, although I am aware sometimes turbines, wind farms will have conditions on micro-siting where we've got hard constraints. And we've also looked at hard constraints on the map here. So looking at the Spey, we were looking at the existing overhead lines, and we know that there will be a hard constraint, a distance, a separation distance between those overhead lines where you can't come any closer. We've also got rivers and streams. We've mentioned the water abstraction. There's a whole range of receptors, and I've said this in my inquiry report, I've questioned the team of people in WSP and LUC who are working on this development and have been working on the alternative routes, and they've shown me some of their constraint maps, and there is literally such a maze of constraints that this is quite a constrained line in terms of where it can go.
You mentioned the team in WSP there. My right hand side, there's quite a lot of work involved done before you were instructed
Yes.
to participate in this project. But my right hand side, you've come and done your own assessment and satisfied yourself, your own independent view on the matters you're talking about, as opposed to simply adopting what had been done before.
Absolutely. I feel that's my duty to do that, to ask those questions. My evidence will not always agree with the landscape and visual impact assessment report, and we've heard that from Ms Anderson already.
Final general point, this might be minor, or there's often talked about screening and the effect of screening on the impact. Where that vegetation is deciduous, how's that taken into account or is that taken into account in thinking about the screening effect?
Yes, it is. And the visualisations always have a wire line. And the wire line is the starting point. That is the worst case scenario. That has no vegetation because it may be felled, it may be deciduous, it may not be permanently within that view. So we have the wire lines, and that is a major component of the judgments that I would make, looking at those.
Thank you. Now, I want to turn and look at some issues in Murray. First, I want to look at a few visualisations of Kellis and then New Mills, and then I want to turn and look at the RVAA properties where Ms Anderson considered there may be a breach. So if the first visualisation I could ask you to look at is 008.035, please, and this should take us to Kellis.
Is that viewpoint 24?
Yes.
It might be useful, if you're going to go there, to also look at the viewpoint from the Kellerstrom wind farm, which is in a similar, if not the same location.
Yes.
Just trying to find that in the document list. Bear with me.
Do you think there's a better viewpoint then? I wonder, is it in that document towards
I think it might be 20.
the end? For example, if we go to the end of that document, the last
sorry,
page.
I found it. It's 020-009.
Okay. 020-009. How does this help us understand the effect of the proposed development at Kellis?
Well, we've got two photo montage or two visualizations here, virtually from the same location at the memorial on the on the B9010, I believe it is. 9010, yes, B9010 near Kellis. And the one that we should be looking at, and we should be careful to make sure we look at the right one, is the Kellis alternative alignment. And when we look at that one, I'm looking at the page with the red towers overlaid on top of the photograph, so it's a photo wireline.
Is that 724D, or which one are you talking about?
24.
You look in the bottom left-hand corner, see numbers. You pointed for that visualization. What numbers?
I've got 724M. Page 13 of 16.
Page 13 of 16.
N. N. I don't have it in that document that I've just opened. That only goes to J.
Or is it on the next
Is it the
document?
next?
Oh, is it part 1 and part 2, I think, perhaps? They have two parts to them.
Okay. That's all right. So was I, but it must be the second part of it.
Number 24.
So it's 036, is it? Okay. N. Got it. M or N? That's okay. That's okay. So was it M or N? M.
I don't know if it's easier if we start at the beginning on page 1 of these and just walk through them. Because there's about 16 pages to it. I'm just going to.
I've got a single document for us, 16 PDF pages. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first page is a baseline photograph with a map showing the viewpoint location. Various features are indicated on that map, on the viewpoint. And then the next page, we've got the existing view, and then we've got the photo wire, and that's for the line that has since been discounted, so we can ignore that one, and the photo montages that go after it. Then we're on page 4. Page 4 is the Kellis alternative alignment, which is now the proposed development. So you can see that the effect of the towers in red, you can see that they come forward towards the Kellis Valley. And then beneath that on page 5, you can see there is a photo montage showing the effect of that. So you can see the towers on the skyline there. And then you can see the other half of the view looking further across the Kellis Valley. So again, we've got the existing photograph, which is annotated. The next view we need to discount. And it's the series of views after that where you can see the towers in red, tracking along the landscape in the photo alignment, and then beneath that, the wire line. And so we have existing turbines visible in the view and existing pylons or towers, transmission towers, visible in the view. And in the photo montage, we can see all of those features together. And then if we look at the view from almost the same location, which is shown in the Kellis Drum information, we've got the Kellis Drum wind farm. And the point that I would advise looking at there is if you were to drive along the B9010 and you drive it through Kellis and stop at Dallas Castle, for example, you would look back, you would see from Dallas Castle, you would see Kellis Drum wind farm. It would be significantly visible in your view. You would think to yourself, what have I just experienced going through the Kellis Valley? I have driven past a wind farm. I think few people would say, I drove past a series of pylons at that distance relative to the road, given the intervening features and screening, etc. And so I accept there is a significant visual impact from the proposed development, but I think this is a landscape of change, and it's also a landscape of relatively fewer properties which are impacted. And if you were to do the same exercise here again, as we've just done for the Spey Valley, again, looking at the residential amenity, the civ exercise, the map, and then look at the detail map, you'll see that none of the properties within the Kellis Valley are selected to go into the residential visual amenity. So there's a point there in terms of severity of impact versus localised impacts.
Sorry, I've been reminded my microphone was off. 008.049, which should be viewpoint 32.
So this is over to New Mills, or New Mill rather.
And again, if you could help us with what this series of visualisations gives us about the landscape and visual impact here.
So again, the series of views starts with an existing view that is annotated. We're looking at a wide, almost 180, 150 degree angle of view here that's split into two parts. And the first of those is the view over to the east, where the pylons come closest to the viewer. And you can see them in the photo wire. emerging from trees which are quite close and cutting across the view there. And then viewing towards the south, you can see the route extending, as Miss Anderson said, towards the Ballock, towards Keith, and crossing the Diamond Crossing and then continuing up the side of the Ballock and over the horizon down to the other side. And in the photo montage of that view, you look at that, you see relative to what is visible there, there is very limited skylining of the towers in this view, and we have a lot of backclothing. And you see this walking around this area already. I was standing at the churchyard and the footpath to the north of that in Keith, and you've got these similar great views. And there's lots of existing pylons within this landscape that you can look at, and you can see how visible are they relative to the landscape. And you can see them. I stood there in brilliant sunshine, and this background backclothing effect is still the same. So they're much less visible when they're seen against the background landscape is the point I would make here.
And I said that was the last one, but actually maybe for completeness, we should look at viewpoint 21, 008.030. We looked at this morning at the Dava Way.
Yeah, so...
Yes, so maybe go page 5 and 6 of 11, we see the red lining and then the visualisation. And I think Ms Anderson was making the point, this illustrates the cumulative effect on an open moorland situation, and just any observations you have on that approach.
So for me, the significant impact is happening to the receptor. It's where that person is standing. And in this example, they're standing on the Dava Way, and worst case scenario, they're facing it, they're walking north. And if it were me, I'd be looking at the two towers immediately visible on either side of that and thinking that's the significant impact that I'm crossing. And yes, I can see the development continuing on into the distance, but the way in which you measure that is the distance from the line to the receptor. That's where I'm getting the 1.5 kilometres from. I don't think it's reasonable to start saying, let's measure that from the route along the line. How far can I see? And looking at the clusters of towers that you can see in the distance in the red photo line, you're no longer picking up significant distant effects at that distance. The scale and level of impact is diminishing with distance. And so the fact that you can see it doesn't necessarily mean that the visual impact is significant for that distance along the line, but it is significant from that receptor to the closest point on that line, the two immediate towers that you can see in the first wire line, which is where the significant impact is occurring. There was also mention of the Clashgow wind farm, and I would like to add that the Clashgow wind farm is in 3 parts, and the towers, the turbines, there's something like 45 or so turbines. They range in height. I think the tallest one is 179 or 180 to that sort of level. They would literally almost fill the gap between the Hill of Glasgow wind farm, which is visible on this wire line on this photo montage on the left, and the Berryburn wind farm, which is visible on the right. And so you would have those towers coming in, consented towers coming into the gap in the middle and going right across. And again, I really do think Walker on the Dava Way, heading north towards the development. They would have passed Orac wind farm, which I worked on. They would have passed the 3 clusters of Glashcow wind farm. And when they get to the end of that walk, they would not be saying, I passed some pylons. They'd be saying, I passed a really large wind farm development.
Thank you. Now, I wanted to go on and look at some of the properties identified by Ms Anderson where she was concerned there may be an RVAT issue. And I wonder if the most helpful way to do this is if we have her precognition in paragraph 4.7, if we maybe just work our way through the list that is there. Do we have that?
We do, yes.
Yes, so the first one is Dallas Broughty. Is this a property you've had the opportunity to visit?
No, I've not visited within the curtilage of that property, but I have been able to stand on the track and look down from an elevated position, so I'm clear that I can see reasonably that property.
And the concern here appears to be the possibility of feeling hemmed in by overhead lines, and the magnitude of the change would therefore be high and result in a possible breach of the RVAT. What are your observations on that?
So, because I was viewing this property perhaps from the north, you know, the immediate feature in my view is the existing pylon to the north of that property, which is elevated and above the property. And then when I look at the wire lines from that vicinity, I see that the pylons are to the south, southwest, and they're routed along the valley. Certainly significant visual impact, but in terms of residential amenity, there is a degree of separation. There is relative separation between the positioning of the towers, the span of the towers in terms of the distance between them, the features within that valley in terms of woodland and clusters of woodland, and also the separation created by the curtilage of the farm unit and the farm buildings that surround that. And although you can see above and across those farm buildings towards the towers, they still create that separation between this is my residential property and beyond is the farmland or the land beyond that. So in that terms, I did not feel that there was a breach, did not cross the threshold, there was no RVAT breach in that particular example. And then separate from that judgment, I also take note that we have the Clashgow wind farm coming in to play there also. That would have also, no doubt, had a residential visual amenity assessment undertaken, and the impact of that would be greater because of the height of the towers.
Thank you. Next is Stratton House in Hill of Obliston. Have you visited either of these properties?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find them on the map here. Here we go, yes. So Stratton House, I have not visited that property, but I have visited the neighbouring property at Hill of Obliston. The resident was kind enough to allow access to the garden and the house. The principal rooms are completely screened by mixed vegetation, mature gardens, so they would not see the diamond crossings from their living room. However, there are front windows from that property. I believe they're bedroom windows. and what looks like a sort of enclosed porch area, and the entrance to that property, where you would be able to get a clear view across to the diamond crossings. I have stood there with the resident and looked at the wire lines to be able to match the landscape, the landform with the wire line, and to see what the level of effect would be. And again, because it's principally, we're looking at something at relative distance, although we have multiple towers at play, some of the existing towers get taken away to create the diamond crossing. You end up with a net gain of towers in the view. You've got quite a large expanse of field in front of you. And putting all of these factors together, I felt fairly confident, no RVAT breach at that property. In driving past Stratton House, which is just up the road, relatively new property, set a little bit further back from the road, I feel that the same judgment should apply there also.
And so I suspect it's implicit in this that Ms Anderson expresses the view at the end of this bullet point, over the top of the next page, that the proposed development would be inescapably dominant. She's italicised inescapably dominant for both properties, and that's a view you disagree with. Is that right?
Well, having visited it, it's factually incorrect, because you could sit in your living room and be completely unaware of that development.
7 Albiston Farm Cottages. Next, am I right to understand this is further away from the proposed development than Stratton House? Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And so does the same logic you've just explained for Hill of Albiston versus Stratton House apply with more force to these cottages, to this site?
Correct, correct. I think the reason that Ms Anderson raised this one was concern that it may be possibly that this property has dual aspect. So you can see the line to the northwest, the northeast, and then there was some doubt as to whether you could see the diamond crossing to the northwest. But you can see on the map there's lots of vegetation and scrub, etc. in that area that would intervene. The relative height of the cottage. You've also got the railway line there as well. So I don't feel that there would be a breach there. It's not my judgment.
Thank you. Next we have Western Farmhouse, Easterton Cottage and Burnside of Dipple. And we've looked at these this morning. We've orientated ourselves on the map, so I'm not going to bring that up again. Have you visited any of these properties?
Yes, I visited within the curtilage of Easterton Cottage. Again, the resident was very gracious to allow me access. We walked around the garden and was able to look at the southern aspect, the eastern, west and northern aspects from that property. The others, Burnside of Dipple and Dipple Cottages, of which there are 2, not 6 or 4, and Westerton, I have viewed and assessed from the roads.
And I wonder if it's helpful to look at the viewpoints here. I think, yeah, well, maybe start with viewpoint 28. That's 008 spot 042. Should show us the River Spey Valley. We should see the crossing here, is that right?
Yes, this one...
Sorry to interrupt you. Yes, so you were going to talk to us about the crossing of the Spey in these visualisations.
So, viewpoint 2028 is a view from the River Spey within the special landscape area. It's looking south towards the overhead line at relative distance. There's a lot of backclothing going on. It's interesting because from this view, you don't see a high degree of wirescaping or other pylons in the view, although they are more distant because they are behind the overhead line further south. You can see the line crossing the Ordequiche Wood on the other side of the River Spey, and you can see the effects of the woodland and the forestry on that line. Again, I think looking at the photo montages, the impact is relative, still significant, but it doesn't particularly change the character of the place in terms of you have farmland, and it's interesting when we look at the Spey Valley and we look at the special qualities of this particular part of the Spey Valley, and we note that the description describes it as intensively farmed. This is farmland, flat valley bottom farmland with pylons in the view, and that doesn't change particularly with the addition of this line.
Maybe just pick this up at this point before we look at the next viewpoint. As I understood Ms Anderson's evidence, there's particular concern about what she described as wirescaping for these properties. They are between two existing overhead lines and this would add a third. Do you disagree that this becomes unacceptable if this third line goes in around those three properties?
Yeah, I do disagree. As I say, I was able to stand in the garden at Eastern Cottage rather. So I'm just going to find that on my map here. And looking from the south, the southern aspect of that property, looking south, you can see the pylons to the south, but you can also see the backdrop of the Cairngorm Mountains further along the Spey Valley. The views are very attractive, the garden is very attractive, it's a very high amenity location, and the existing pylons certainly to the south did not bother me, did not give me any concerns in terms of significant impacts. Walking around the property, knowing where the overhead line was going to be, knowing the position of the towers, having access to a wire line, being able to see where they would be relative to that property, being able to see where there are trees and hedges, in that case quite tall trees and hedges, and it's noticeable this is part of the Spey is a landscape of hedges. We've got lots of beech hedges which are very noticeable, and this garden leylandi hedges which are of some stature. And looking north, I was confident that there's enough here that the existing lines are not overwhelming. The proposed lines and the towers and the positions of those being further away, yes, taller, but relative to that distance, they're not having a greater impact on that property that would draw it into the line of unacceptable wirescape or an unacceptable effect in terms of residential visual amenity. Looking at the viewpoint to the south from Inchbury, the viewpoint from Inchbury, let me just remind myself what number that one is. That's viewpoint 62. You look north from there, you can see the existing line, the second existing line, and then the third existing line, proposed development beyond that. So you get a succession of wires there, and perhaps that's the place where you would most clearly see it. And again, I look at that and I see, from landscape character terms, farmland, pylons.
And for those looking for viewpoint 62, that's 008.091. Is it helpful? Would it be helpful to turn that up to?
I don't think I need to go there, but it's just another reference to look at later.
We'll keep that for the notes. I was going to ask you to look at viewpoint 29, which we looked at this morning, but I wonder if we could turn that up, please. 008 spot 044. Essentially, this is taking the photo point, the viewpoints underneath the existing 132. And do we see to the left of that, yes, the two cottages, the Burnside of Dipple cottages?
Yes, we do.
And again, if you could just help us understand what you consider significant, or what we take from these visualizations.
So the visualizations that we're looking at here, unfortunately, when the photographer went out, the footpath was completely closed. So the photographer had to go and walk along the utility access. There's no footpath there, and set up the tripod in line with the existing line and take this view. Looking at the photo montage, you can actually see the footpath. It's a loop, it's a circular loop. If you go there, you'll find it's a circular loop. This is the upper footpath. You can see it below the viewpoint. There's like a line across underneath the pylons in the grass. You can actually see the footpath routed through there. And I know, because I've been on that if you stand there, the trees on either side of that utility corridor would block your view of anything beyond the pylons within the immediacy of that utility view. It's interesting going there that you take 2 steps into the sort of adjacent woodland, and the views of the existing pylons become mitigated almost completely. And you stand in the utility line, you look, and of course you can see them at close range. There is another viewpoint that I think we should look at, which is a submission. What's this one called? This one is 020.010. And it's visualizations from the proposed Tendland wind farm. Now, they have taken a viewpoint from the earth pillars viewpoint. There's also a photograph of the earth pillars viewpoint in my precognition. Sorry, in my inquiry report. And if you look at there's a photograph with the wire line for the Tendland wind farm underneath it.
Which page is it, please?
Sorry?
Which page is it, or am I looking at the wrong document?
So
We're
this
looking
is
at the wrong document.
2010, and it's page. Oh, I've got page 30. I must be in the wrong doc. Page 38. Almost
Okay,
at the end.
Thank you.
So you should there have an existing view and a wire line together that's titled Viewpoint 6, Earth Pillars Viewpoint. Now, if you stand at that viewpoint, there's like a timber fence in front of you, post and rail fence, and a steep drop off. There's lots of trees and woodland. It's quite a well wooded area, but you can, as you see in that view, look slightly to the south. You see the River Spey. You look across and you can see the southernmost existing overhead line and the series of pylons connected to that. And obviously this viewpoint was orientated towards Tendland wind farm. You then try and look slightly further to the west, to the north, to see where the proposed development was, and you're confronted with a wall of trees, a wall of deciduous and coniferous trees. So there's going to be a solid break or blocking of the view 12 months of the year there, where no significant visibility of the proposed development would be possible from the earth pillars viewpoint. Now, This came to light as part of me questioning the team at WSP. Was that really the viewpoint? Was that really right? We discovered that this is what had happened with the photographer, etc. And so the LVIA, when they do their assessment of the Spey Valley, of the SLA, they're doing it under the assumption that there will be a significant visual impact from the earth pillars viewpoint. Looking at the special landscape area, I think that the earth pillars viewpoint is one of its special qualities. I think that's an important place within the Spey Valley. It's an important place for visitors to go to. And the fact that the proposed development is not impacting on it is a significant point in the assessment. And so it lessens the impact from what was previously reported in the LVIA. And so I feel with some confidence that the integrity of the SLA is not going to be impacted by the proposed development because for those reasons.
Thank you. Move on. Hollyland, and I don't think I'm going to attempt to pronounce the name of the chalet. Are these properties you visited?
Hoyland and Oidequis Chalet, no, I have not visited within the property, but I have stood on the road outside, and the property boundary is immediately adjacent to the road there. They have some leylandii hedging in place. Despite that, there would be still a significant view of the nearest pylon to the south. Because of the topography of the area and the woodland, that's principally what they would be looking at. But because of the hedging, the orientation of the house, the garden, etc., and the relative distance, I really do not judge that there would be an RVAT breach in that location.
Thank you. Over the page, Airdock Farm, Altmore and Craigmore House.
Yes, so this is a cluster of 3 houses together, and I have, again, with the thanks to the resident there at Craigmore House, been able to visit that property, have a look at that property and look at the views to the south. There's no doubt in my mind that there would be an RVAT breach. There's no RVAT breach at that property or the ones adjacent to it. The reason being the wide angle of the views, the relative distance between the views and the pylons, the orientation of the houses. And I should say that at Craigmore House, the resident did point out to me, it's quite a modern development, so there's floor-to-ceiling windows and the upper floor. Now, forgive me, I cannot remember whether he said it was a lounge or a master bedroom, but he did make the point that there was a view from that upper floor, so the elevation there, that's an important consideration. And yes, they have an absolutely stunning view across that part of Murray. I think it's important to understand that that's the difference. This is a clear case, significant impact on the landscape and visual impact amenity. It's that kind of assessment, but it doesn't cross the threshold into residential visual amenity.
Why not?
Sorry?
Why not? Why doesn't it?
Why not? Because of the relative distance of the pylon to the property, the location of the rooms within the house. There's also a degree of screening from the property to the north, and within the wider landscape, you've got clusters of trees and small groups of copses of woodland within which the towers are partially screened one side or the other. And so, you know, I mean, it has to be said. I mean, we didn't start this off at all by looking at the the level at which the RVAT is set. I mean, the job of the residential visual amenity assessment is not to repeat the landscape and visual impact assessment, because that's no help to anybody. It's to provide advice for the planners and for the reporters, the decision makers in this, as to whether or not an RVAT breach is going to occur, whether or not the property in question is going to be so severely impacted that it puts it into a different category, a category that needs to be considered by the planners in terms of residential visual amenity and matters which are best left to them to decide. And I think it's also worth thinking about the context of residential visual amenity, in the sense that when you look at properties, residential properties, there's a relationship that landscape architects well know about between the house and the garden and the house. And that's the first layer of your residential visual amenity, in the sense that is your house, your garden and back. A second aspect to residency is what I would call the gift of the property. This is where it's the house, the garden and the view beyond. And some people in this part of the world have absolutely stunning views, but that's not part of their immediate residential amenity. And the issue here is about the positioning of a development beyond the curtilage of their property that would have such an impact, that it would impact those residential visual amenity. And another factor that has been brought in with the line routing here is that in all cases we've been able to achieve a buffer or a distance between the property and the tower of 100 metres. That is not an insignificant distance. So that there's some more factors there to be considered.
Thank you. That leaves us with Broomhill Croft and Drum Cottages. Am I right to understand you've visited
Yes.
both? Would it be helpful to take these together, because they overlap to an extent?
Yeah, so Broomhill Croft, I have visited that one. Again, that one is more a case of landscape and visual impact assessment and far less so one of residential visual amenity. The closest tower in question would be screened by the adjacent property, and the concern of the residents was more about the wider views, where the pylons are visually significantly visual in the view, but further distance. And then Drum Cottages, it's a similar affair. It's a similar affair. There is an open garden, and you see this with some properties that there is no immediate garden vegetation. They're relatively new. They haven't established any garden vegetation at that stage in their habitation, and so the views are open. But the view from Drum Cottage, it's relative distance again. The diamond crossing is down in a little bit of a dip and benefits from some screening and some vegetation in that location. And then the rest of the line, as it carries on and goes up the Ballock, is beyond adjacent hedgerows, etc., on the adjacent road.
Okay, I was going to move on to the Highland Council. Now, ma'am, you indicated I'm an afternoon break. I'm in the finest traditions of council's estimates, taking a little longer than I thought I would. I wonder if you minded to have a break, whether 5 or 10 minutes now would be a convenient point.
That's exactly what I was thinking. As long as people are happy to go on a little bit later overall, because we'll not get finished at 4:30, I think it would be better to carry on a little bit longer, but have a short break now, if that's okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay, let's have 10 minutes just now then. Thank you. Okay, I think everybody's back, so we could start again. We do have the room till 5, so if we could finish just before that, otherwise we'll get in trouble. Thank you.
I'd expect to be in trouble if I'm not finished by 5. We were about to move on to look at the Highland Council area, and again it might be helpful just to orientate ourselves if we have Mr Sinner's recognition and use that to guide us. You have that, Ms Riley.
Sorry, what am I looking for?
Mr Sinner's recognition.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
And similarly, I want to look at what he calls the areas of concern, but just a couple of questions on our way to there. Paragraph 2.1.2. This makes the point that you accept that the LVIA does not record all receptors in the viewpoint assessment, and further notes that in some instances the LVIA receptors are not present at the viewpoint location. For example, viewpoints 1 and 9, and he says he does not accept that in relation to viewpoint 9. I wonder if we could just have a look at that and I can just get your position on that. Viewpoint 9 is document 008.015.
Sorry, I'm just looking for that document.
Thank you.
Yes, I have that document.
Yeah. Does not accept the viewpoint 9 represents only road users. I wonder if, by reference to those visualisations, you could help us to understand your position at this point.
So, viewpoint 9, you can see on the inset map on page 1, is located on a minor road, actually on the bend of a minor road, and the viewpoint is taken at a gateway to a field because of hedgerow screening, etc. Elsewhere along, that's really the only sort of available open view that you can get. And because it's representative of the view from the road, the convention of the Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment methodology, supported by the Landscape Institute guidelines, would give us a medium sensitive receptor at that location. And then we have the magnitude of impact, so we can see in the wire lines and the visualizations attached to that view, the extent of visibility. And it's interesting because we've got, if we add the two together, we've got low to medium magnitude identified both by the LVIA, the Council's landscape officer, or the Council's landscape officer and myself. That gives us a non-significant impact at that location, minor to moderate. But both the LVIA and the Council officer have also registered high sensitivity for residents, and that would give us a moderate and significant impact. But my question is, where are the residents? There aren't any residents on that road. So this is nominally in the assessment here. So I feel the correct assessment is not significant because there are no residents. And I think it's a bit of a stretch to say, well, there's some residents up the hill over there beyond woodland. They would have a different view that would not be representative of this because of the elevation, because of the change in screening, the change of position.
Thank you. If we go over 2.1.3, second half of that paragraph in relation to viewpoint 1, it appears that Ms Rylett agrees with me that the effect on road users would be significant, but then in the text states that road users would not be significant. I wonder if we just turn up viewpoint 1, 008, stop 001, and again just ask you to comment on that by reference to those visualisations.
So this is the view, viewpoint 1 from Black Bridge, looking south towards the proposed development, and central to that view, looking south along the river, you can see a pylon visible, and the level of impact that's been picked up there is moderate and significant. And whilst I agree with that judgment, there is another anomaly here in that the road users are of medium sensitivity, but we've also got inclusion in the assessment of high sensitive receptors, brackets, residents, and again, I don't see any residents present on the bridge or in the immediate vicinity that would have that same view. Although I do accept that walkers would walk across that bridge and stop, stand there, admire the view. So I'm happy to agree that's a significant impact.
Section 3's comments on the residential visual amenity assessment, and notes that you've not visited any of the properties within the curtilage. Have you taken steps to visit any of the properties prior to this inquiry?
Yes, so I have, since writing this, again, I've had kind permission from the residents to visit Grove Park, Ellen Tulloch House, I think that was it. I think it was those two. Just bear with me. I'm going to check a map. And yes, sorry, Black House, Mr. Kemp's property as well.
And have any of those visits changed the views you've previously expressed about residential visual amenity assessment?
No, they've not changed my view, and they've made me more confident in my view, if I can say that.
Thank you. I wanted to look, there's 4 areas of concern, section 4 of the precognition, that's what I wanted to dwell on this afternoon. First is the crossing of the A862 at Easter Moniac, and I wonder if it's helpful to have viewpoint 8 at this point, 008013.
So I have that viewpoint.
Again, if you could help us understand your assessment at this point and the extent to which you agree or disagree with the observations made. in the recognition for the Highland Council.
So I agree that there would be significant effects on landscape character here and also significant effects on views within this area. We can see that from looking at this wireline and from the photo wirelines and the photo montages. Interestingly, one of the properties that we see in the view, sorry, I'm just going to try and find it, number 13N, which is Canon. Conan Water Cottage. That's visible, just visible at the end of the road, and you can see straight through, there's a line of oak trees on the left-hand side of that road, which
Yep.
block the view of the property and also do a lot to screen the closest tower from that particular viewpoint. And then panning round, you can see Ellen Tulloch Cottage, or Ellen Tulloch House rather, with the pylon beyond the trees that separate that property and the pylon. And obviously a significant impact there, but then as the line progresses across that view and up across the Ard, it disappears almost entirely beyond the existing trees and vegetation in that view. One of the things that was looked at in terms of East Ammoniac was numbers of receptors, and I noted that we've gone from descriptions of lots of receptors to relatively few receptors, and again it's interesting to sort of look at the residential visual amenity maps, which show the numbers of properties within that area, the number of residential receptors. And you can see the numbers highlighted in blue, which are picked out, which are being taken forward to residential visual amenity assessment. And just the reference, if you need it, that's 015, 005, Part 5 of 14, page 2 of 26.
Thank you. At 4.1.3 of the recognition, the fact that this section of the A862 forms part of the North Coast 500 and the Murray Firth tourist routes is discussed, and the views expressed that the proposed development would fundamentally alter this experience by placing the infrastructure in that corridor. Do you have any observations on that?
Yes, so as you drive along the North Coast 500 at that particular stretch of road, there are existing pylons in the view. You pass under some existing pylons. This would add to that impact. But there are also roadside trees and other features that block and screen and make the views intermittent. And the distance over which the proposed development would affect the North Coast 500 is relatively 2 to 5 minutes, depending on the speed of your travel, 60 miles an hour or 30, 40, 20 miles an hour, depending on how fast you're going. So again, that is a relatively short section of road from a journey, typical tourist, perhaps travelling along the North Coast 500. I've done the route a few times, and 5 minutes out of your day is not a significant feature overall, I would suggest. It's also interesting to look at viewpoint 59 in this respect, if we're going to go there, but
Yep.
it would be good to have a look at that one.
Viewpoint 59,008 spot 086.
Sorry, that's the wrong viewpoint. Viewpoint 54, Kirkhill, which is located on the North Coast 500.
So it's 008079. Yes, we're at Kirkhill now, but still on the North Coast 500.
Yes. And I wanted to look at this in terms of landscape character as well as visual impact. Imagine you're a tourist travelling along this road and you're looking across the landscape here, and you can see this very clearly in the photo montage. And one of the features, one of the key characteristics that was highlighted by Highland Council was this, the geology or the geography of this landscape, the flat valley bottom, the enclosing steep wooded sides, wooded hillsides. And it struck me very much looking at this viewpoint and looking at this part of the road, how strong that key characteristic is, that even with the proposed development in place in the photo montage, that's still a very strong visual feature of the landscape there. Limited degree of skylining of the pylons in the view. And as you pan round towards the north, you can see trees lining either side of the road as well, giving a good degree of intervening screening as you travel along that road, passing the route, passing the overhead development out into the wider countryside.
Thank you. Now, what area of concern B, 4.2, is the Caledonian Canal, so it would be helpful to have viewpoint 14,008 stop 022.
Sorry, my computer's loading. Got it. So, yes, this viewpoint.
Yes, please.
So, from this location, this is one of the ones that I disagree with the Highland Council in my viewpoint analysis. And just turn to that. I think it was page 8. Page 9 of my inquiry report. Viewpoint 14, Caledonian Canal. Both myself and the landscape team, WSP, assessed this viewpoint as minor moderate. The Highland Council have assessed it as moderate to major and significant. Looking at this viewpoint, literally one has to look quite hard to find where the pylon is in the photo montage because it's such a busy scene. And having visited that area and walked around it, it is a busy area. There's a lot of attractive things to look at, a lot of interesting things to look at with the water, the canal features, the cafe, the enclosure of the canal with the trees, etc., and the boats on them. There's a lot to look at. But clearly this is just one view. The council have suggested that an alternative view should be looked at. I agree with them. I think this view is rather cluttered. So there is another viewpoint that we need to look at, and I'm struggling. I apologise for the... I'll need to find the reference for it. It was the replacement visualisation. Let's find that.
1344.
Thank you. Sorry, what number did you say it was?
1344.
1344. Yes, so this viewpoint was taken a little bit further along the canal, and you've got a clearer view looking straight down the canal. But again, just make sure we get this right. It's not immediately obvious that there is a pylon in the view. I think the first thing that your eye is drawn to is the water, the boats on the water. Your eye follows the water, and you get towards the end of the water, you see lots of masts from the boats, you also see the vertical, and you see the top of the tower sticking up over the top of the woodland. And there's two versions here because the applicant has also looked at repositioning the tower a little bit further away from the canal, and that's in the last photo montage where you can see it's almost completely screened except for the conductors, the overhead wires. So again, with a better located viewpoint, I'm still of the opinion that it's not a significant visual impact.
Yeah. And if that tower is moved slightly to the left and behind the trees, then the issue disappears.
It does.
And do you understand that there is a consultation ongoing about micrositing
Yes.
that tower within the limit of deviation?
Yes.
Two more areas of concern. Area C, Scanney Port. The view expressed here is the potential for an RVAT, the RVAT to be breached. Do you adhere to your view that it's satisfied?
Yeah, I don't see that there is an RVAT breach at this property. If we look at the residential visual amenity assessment addendum, I'm sorry, I don't actually know what the reference number for this document is.
Um, 1516, I think.
Yes, it is. It's 1516. Thank you, ma'am.
So I'm just turning up the 90-degree viewpoint from this property where there's been a photo montage done. And I have visited the property. It's a property that is quite particular in the sense that it's a modern property. There's lots of views, the connectivity, the way the house has been designed, the connectivity between the house and the garden and the wider landscape is obviously evident. We've got some floor-to-ceiling windows and some southwest aspects from the property, straight down the sort of towards the Great Glen. And you can see that the two towers that are crossing the line in front are framing the view. And so I see this as very much a landscape and visual impact assessment issue, that there's something of an architectural nature to the views here, the way that they're framed, the way that the house is designed, the way that the garden is designed around the house, that relationship of the house to garden, you know, the transparency of having windows that allow you to get to your garden and that amenity, and then to the landscape beyond. And that, for me, is more of an architectural question rather than a residential visual amenity RVAT breach question. And in my opinion, looking at that property, seeing that the garden is on all four sides, that the outdoor space is on all four sides, I don't find that these pylons would be particularly inescapable. or particularly overpowering or over, to the extent that the RVAT would be breached for those reasons.
Thank you. And that then brings us to Culloden, viewpoint 16, 008025. The Highland Council position is a moderate, significant adverse visual effect and does not accept your criticism that the effects at this location are overstated. Could you help the reporters understand your position on the visual and landscape impacts on Culloden?
Yeah, I really don't understand why we're looking at this viewpoint. There are a number of things that I want to say about it. Firstly, if we look at the viewpoint assessment, viewpoint analysis on page 9, you can see that for viewpoint 16 from the Culloden battlefield from the visitor centre, all of the landscape architects in question have identified a moderate impact. This is coming from a high sensitive receptor, the visitor location, and a medium-low level of magnitude, which has given us a moderate effect. And Highland Council have identified this as significant. We look at the distance, and it is the only viewpoint where a significant effect has been identified along the entire line at that distance. So that stands out to me as an anomaly in this set of data. And then I look at the actual views, and I look at the experience, having been there several times to Culloden and walked around there as a tourist and also as a landscape architect, looking at the views, experiencing what the tourists would experience and trying to work out how much of an impact would that be a significant impact on me if, if I'm visiting Culloden and I'm looking at the battlefield and I'm looking at what's going on there, and then someone taps me on the shoulder and says, look at those pylons 3 kilometres distance on the skyline over there. Are you concerned? I really think that most tourists visiting that location would think nothing of them. So I don't know that there's a significant impact on the tourists, on the visitors to that location. It's worth looking at the actual viewpoint. Let's have a look at viewpoint 16 to just have a look and get that one up.
008025.
And there is another, well, we'll stick with this one. There is another viewpoint of this view taken in different seasons, in midsummer with the blue sky and also in the winter. So I'm just opening this one up. I've also made this point in my inquiry report. Just find that as well. So page 34 of my inquiry report is a zoomed-in section of the photograph, the photomontage taken in clearer conditions. And if you actually look at the photomontage of Meal Moor and you zoom into it to see the pylons and the skylining that's happening there, you can also see a single tree sticking up. And a point that I would make is that with the operational corridor cleared of trees, as in this photo montage, that single tree that sticks up remains. So that gives me an indication of the maximum height, the vegetation, the forestry vegetation across the background there, across that skyline could achieve. And if you compare that to the wire line, which is no vegetation, no forestry present, you have a degree of change in terms of the height of the vegetation, the height of the forestry over the space of 10, 20, 30, 40 years, that there's going to be variation there in terms of the extent of pylon that is visible on that skyline. That's going to be a feature of change. I've had this checked by the team who are doing the graphics in terms of the location of forestry and the location of the overhead, the operational corridor. And then another thing that I want to bring to the inquiry's attention is that if we think about Culloden and Culloden Battle, and we look at this landscape and we think, well, what if Culloden didn't happen? What if there was no battlefield here? I really struggle to understand why would we at this inquiry be looking at this hillside, this fairly unremarkable hillside with some existing pylons on it, with contemporary farmland, vegetation, houses, some pylons. Why would we be looking at it? Why would we be particularly concerned about this location? Because when we think about Culloden, it was a military event, a political event.
Oh, excuse me, obviously we're not getting into the cultural heritage impacts, but if this is just about setting the context for the visual impact.
I'm trying to take the Culloden out of it. I've just because I'm imagining it without Culloden here. So if we think about that, there's no, in terms of the battlefield, there's no or the events that happen. There's no garden designed landscape here. There's no scenic quality or particular views that we are looking at here. So the connection between landscape and the battle, I don't see that there is one. And when I look at this purely from a landscape perspective, I'm looking at what is a fairly unremarkable hillside with forestry, with pylons, at distance. And so I'm confident this is not a significant impact from a landscape and visual impact assessment point.
For completeness, if we look at 013 spot 045, these should be the views you were talking about on a more normal blue sky sunny day
Yes.
in Inverness.
I've taken account of those, and I've taken account of the weather conditions in the winter as well. And that doesn't change my opinion.
And the point about the tall tree you drew attention to is an example of how the landscape can and could be expected to evolve with the forestry regrowth to around that level and the effect that would have over time.
That's correct, yes.
And I think the point you're making about Culloden as a battle site is if you remove the fact of the battle, it's unremarkable from a landscape and visual
Yes.
assessment. Yes. I think that's all the questions I have, ma'am. Thank you. Apologies again for my reliably unreliable estimate of how long that was going to be.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. So I understand, Mr. Finlay, you're up next.
Yes.
Are you wishing to
I think
start now?
It would be, I think, useful to make a start, and I'll make sure I finish before
Okay.
at a convenient time before 5 o'clock.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Sinha's cleared my field of vision, so I can now see you. Good afternoon, Ms. Rowlett. When were you first involved in this, you rather than your firm?
So that's set out in my recognition. So paragraph 111. You can see I took an internal review of the project between January and March. I became aware that the project was happening, became aware that the landscape architect was leaving the company, that I would probably...
So, sorry to interrupt you. So January, March of this year?
Yes, 2026.
Right. Thank you. And presumably in your report you've given us details of all the relevant material and assessments you've undertaken.
I believe so.
Yeah. You clearly weren't involved in the route selection because that happened prior to your involvement.
That's correct.
And my understanding is that you haven't been involved in reviewing any of the alternative routes. There's nothing
That's
in your
correct,
evidence.
yes.
Thank you.
I have, as I stated in my evidence, I have asked questions because I've seen from Highland Council and Moray Council asking questions. I've asked those same questions.
But you haven't carried out that, just to get that absolutely clear, you haven't carried out any assessment of the landscape and visual impact of alternative routes.
No, that's correct.
Thank you. As to the residential visual amenity assessment, is my understanding correct, which is this, is that it was carried out by your firm but not by you?
That's correct, yes. I did a parallel exercise, like to a smaller group of properties.
So did you have any involvement in the RVAA at all?
No.
You? In your, just again, these are preliminary matters, in your precognition, which is 2032, I'm going to try and avoid the zeros, if that's all right. At paragraph 2.1.3, you pick up on route selection and you say the applicant notes. Now, I've taken it that you used that terminology advisedly. It's not you noting it, it's the applicant noted it because you, as you've just indicated, you haven't been involved in route selection or reviewed other routes.
Sorry, what paragraph number was that?
2.1.3 of your precognition, and the second line you say the applicant notes. Right, I mean,
sorry,
minor point, it's your evidence, but it seemed to me that you were that's a point that you were doing purposefully because you haven't been involved in the route selection and you didn't carry out an appraisal. So I'm not objecting you to giving your evidence in that way, I'm just clarifying it.
No, that's correct. Apologies, I was looking at my inquiry report.
And then if you go to 2.1.4, in the last line you say, we note, the penultimate line actually, last sentence. Again, I'm suggesting what you mean by that is the applicant notes, because...
Yes.
Great, thank you. And lastly on this topic, the technical note, which appears in a number of places, but I have it at 20 CD 20 or document 2026. Don't need to go to it at this stage, but did you have any input? That's the landscape and visual technical note for Highland Council. Did you have any input into that?
I don't believe I did. What does it have a date?
Yes, May 2026. It doesn't appear you did. It's not obvious from the context.
I don't think I did, no. I
thank
think
you.
that was the WSP landscape team.
Then, just if we, by way of general background, what other overhead transmission lines have you been involved with in Scotland?
So, most recently, just about every wind farm development that we work on has to have a grid assessment undertaken. So there's all of that. So I've done quite a few in recent months. And prior to that, I've worked on overhead lines
Okay. Perhaps can I
periodically.
refine that question? There's a difference between an overhead line going to an individual wind farm and tying into the grid. And I'll accept that certainly more recently you've been involved in a lot of those. But what I'm looking at is the structural transmission lines of the type we're considering here.
Yeah. Well, I did, before I started working with WSP and NTEC before that, I did work for Scottish Power Technology Division. And so substations and overhead lines were a day-to-day part of that job.
And not meaning to, how long ago was that?
So that was about 20 years ago.
Well, the point of the question is this, is that I think my understanding, just by way of contrast, is that the, let's see where I've got my notes, the Beauly-Denny line, which for a long time was certainly in my experience and more limited experience in Scotland perhaps than you, was one of the taller lines, and that ranges between 42 and 65 metres, my understanding. Here we have a line that's with an average height of 58 metres. Do you have any recent experience of dealing with overhead lines of that average height?
No.
Okay. In terms of calibration of impact, you've touched on that a number of times, about both in terms of the extent of significant impacts, which you limit in this case to 1.5 kilometres. Mr. Sinha, you know, it goes up to 3 kilometres. In terms of the Beauly-Denny line, for instance, again, I understand significant impacts were found to extend out to 5 kilometres in certain cases, such as the Wallace Monument or the Corrieret Pass. And that is potentially a slightly smaller line, or lower line. There's no reason why significant impacts couldn't extend up to 3 kilometres or indeed 5 kilometres from an overhead line, is there?
Well, Beauly-Denny was dealing with nationally important landscape, the Cairngorms National Park, and so that immediately puts a different perspective.
I think the
on
Corrieret
assessment.
Pass is not within the Cairngorms National Park.
Okay, well, that's still.
And neither the
important
Wallace
landscape
Monument is obviously a
designation.
national interest.
Okay.
It's in a special landscape area, I think, but it's not within the national park. But it was more just to see where you draw the line so we can assess your evidence. Are you saying you can never have a significant impact at more than 1.5 kilometres?
What I'm saying is, if you take all the data that we have on the viewpoints and you look at the assessments that have been taken collectively by a range of landscape architects, and you put them in the table as I have done, there's only one incident where there's a significant effect at 3 kilometres.
It's a point you've made already, Miss Rylett. Could you answer the question? Are you saying it's not possible to have a significant impact at greater than 1.5 kilometres?
For this development, I believe that is the case, yes.
Well, thank you. That's very clear. Don't agree with you, but I can make my submissions as to your approach. And because it's a related subject, I'm going to delve into residential visual amenity for the moment. You've taken or expressed in your evidence, and I'll just give you a couple of references. So 2.4.8, this is CD 20.1. That you've used the measurement of 100 metres as somehow a measure of what an appropriate buffer is. So none of the properties included in the RVAA are located within 100 metres. Breaches of the RVAT are therefore not expected. So there's a logic there. It's not within 100 metres. Don't expect a breach of RVAT. Where do you get that 100 metres from?
Well, it could be 90 metres, it could be 110. In this case, it happens to be 100 metres.
Where do you get it from?
I don't get it from any document or guidance. I get it from the assessment. It is the assessment results that have led to that distance.
Because we'll look at it in due course. The Landscape Institute's guidance note, which is CD 1057, I think talks of looking at your assessment area between 100 and 175. But do you know what size of tower or pylon they had in mind when considering that guidance?
I don't, but I have looked at other cases within Highland Council and Moray where I believe an RVAT question would come into question, and it's interesting that there's an example that I want to bring to the attention, which is at the just bear with me. It's a property of new housing development called the Maples on the outskirts of Inverness, and that development of new housing is within an area where there are existing pylons, and the closest property, new property, bought and sold and given planning permission for, is 16 metres from the front door of the property to the pylon. And there is no landscape mitigation, just grass, between the pylon and the house. And you walk round that estate and you see that level of impact all over the place. And I look at that and I think to myself, well, gosh, Highland Council must have looked at this and thought, what is the residential visual amenity? What is the acceptability here? We've got the Holford rules. We've already heard that if you're going to go through an urban area, you should consider undergrounding. A 132 kV line, as is in that case, is not high voltage. Highland Council have set the RVAT there at 16 metres.
Sorry.
100 metres.
Do you know which came first, the line or the property?
I don't think that's an
No.
issue.
Do you know which came first? We get on much quicker if you answer the question.
The line was there first.
I think that's the fifth time a learned friend asked a question and interrupted the witness before answering, and on 3 occasions complaining that she wasn't answering the question. With respect, I think one should be allowed to answer the questions that are put.
Well, yeah, I wish you would. And
Mr.
you have
Finlay,
now just answered it.
If you could just bring it down a notch, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I will do, ma'am, provided the witness answers the question, which she has done. The line came first. That's a wholly different situation, is it not?
No, because I think the situation would be that the housing development would come before Highland Council. They would have to look at the line. They would have to look at the position of the houses relative to the line that was proposed, and they would have to grant consent, and they would have to make a planning decision as to whether those properties would be acceptable in terms of the residential visual amenity to be created there.
Right. Have you got any evidence that Highland Council considered it in those terms?
No, I've not looked at it beyond that.
It's pure supposition, isn't it?
Well,
Your case on that is pure supposition, Miss Rylett.
I think he has answered your question there, so
Yeah,
I think
it's
you
pure
could move on.
supposition. If you've taken acceptance to that, it's fine. I was asking you about your calibration for residential visual amenity, and I was on the issue of the Landscape Institute guidance note in 29, which is dated 2019. They were looking at they give various distances for wind turbines being one, and for overhead lines being another. Do you have any idea as to what scale of tower or pylon they had mind in 2019 as to the distances they arrived at?
I don't, and I don't think it's a fair question because they haven't stated that, and I can't possibly know what they were thinking when they wrote that. But I can advise you that when the landscape team undertook the residential visual amenity assessment, they did not look at a defined study area. They looked at magnitude, and they did this specifically because they didn't want to restrict it to 150 metres, and I think that was the right decision to do. They looked at which properties were of high magnitude, which ones were of high medium magnitude. They looked at the most affected properties, regardless of distance, and then made a judgment on RVAT.
And when they did that, as my understanding from your evidence is that no account was taken of the horizontal limit of deviation.
That's correct, yes.
We'll come on to that tomorrow. Now, in terms of viewpoints, you raised an issue on the relevance of, I think, viewpoint 9 and viewpoint 1 in terms of residential receptors.
Yes.
Have you had regard to the justification for the choice of those viewpoints in the EIA?
Not specifically. I know that those viewpoints would have been selected under consultation, and that's as far as I know in terms of why they were positioned where they were.
Do you think you could turn to document CD 919?
Sorry, my computer's gone to sleep. I just need to reboot it.
Probably my cross-examination.
Could you give me that reference
Yeah,
again,
919.
please? 919.
And if you turn to electronic page 4 of 23.
Just bear with me, 919.
Afraid this wasn't on any list because I wasn't aware of the question until you were asked it in chief.
919, so we've got volume 5, visualization methodology.
Yeah. And as in most EIARs, they give, when for each viewpoint, they say what receptors it represents. And for viewpoint 1, which was your first one, it was representative of residential receptors, recreational amenity receptors, and transport receptors. And it indeed tells you the residents that it was considered to be representative of. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that, but I have a problem with that because those residents are at a greater distance, different elevation, different setting. So I don't accept that they are representative of viewpoint 1. I think viewpoint 1 is very specifically located on a bridge looking across a river.
Well, I suggest you've taken a rather blinkered approach in that instance to your assessment.
No, I disagree, and I have noticed this before, and in undertaking my review of the LVIA here, there are a lot of receptors in this location. It's a big study, and the LVIA is somewhat granular, and they've taken the approach of grouping receptors together. And in grouping, there is a tendency to over-assess things, to group receptors together, and so you don't get that degree of accuracy, that finer grain of assessment because of that approach. And that approach is necessary because of the scale of the development, the extent of the study area.
I suggest to you that your approach would lead to under-assessment.
No, my approach would be to have a different viewpoint for those receptors at Kilmarnock.
Well, we can see that you differ from the authors of the LVIA in that. If you turn to viewpoint 9, which is on electronic page 6 of 23, it is also said to be representative of residential receptors and transport receptors, whereas you purported to find no residential receptors in the vicinity of which it could be representative of. Again, there's, just to record, there is a difference between you and the authors of the EIA on that point, isn't there?
There is, and the residents at Knockbane are further away, further to the south, at a different elevation, often beyond trees, and the majority that I could see were beyond trees. I walked from the viewpoint up that road, past those houses, to try and understand what the connection was. And I could not find that standing at Knockbane that I was getting the same view as I would do from the corner on that road. They were quite different. One was an open view through a gap, through the field gate. The other was a view where much of the time my view was concealed by trees and hedgerows in that location.
Now, you suggested in your evidence in chief that Mr. Sinha's approach was an anomaly. If it is an anomaly, it's an anomaly shared with the EIAR, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
Now, again, by way of background, you have set out in your Appendix 2, I think, Appendix 2, yes, a comparative exercise between you and Mr. Sinha and viewpoint analysis.
Yes.
And leaving aside Culloden, which we'll come to in due course, we'll have to take account of who's going to play which side in that particular battle. But I'll give you the choice. Leaving aside that viewpoint, yours and Mr. Sinha's views may differ on a number of occasions, but they differ within the bounds of reasonable differences between professional consultants.
Yes.
And I'm giving notice, I'm not intending to explore those differences to any degree in cross-examination. You set out your explanation at some length, and clearly so in your report, and Mr. Sinha's done his recognition. And the way to judge that best is to go on site with both in hand and see which the reporters agree with.
Yes, I'm happy for that, yeah.
Okay. Again, just with an eye on the time, in terms of mitigation and policy, just a general question. Your report, which is CD 20.1, paragraph 2.1.2,
You, 2.1.2 in my inquiry report.
Yep.
Okay.
You're commenting on the visual technical note, which I referred to earlier, that's CD 2026, and I think they're toing and froing about potential alternative solutions, and you say it's you've provided your comments on those documents without prejudice to the applicant's position regarding the procedural acceptability of such documents. And by that, I'm taking you to be quite rightly accepting that you're giving evidence about landscape and visual impact, not about the necessity for conditions as such, not about cultural heritage, nor about policy.
That's correct.
And just as a subset of that, it's clearly within your and Mr. Sinha's view to give a view on impact on residential visual amenity and whether the residential visual amenity threshold, or RVAT as has been called today, has been breached or not, or is in danger of being breached. Ultimately, whether it is breached or not is a matter of judgment for the reporters, isn't it?
Yes, I accept that.
And when you can either do as you've done and say there's definitely no breach, or as a reasonable landscape consultant, you can say there's a potential for breach and leave that judgment to the reporter. Now, either approach is acceptable, is it not?
Well, I think my job is to provide a helpful answer, and I think if you say that there's a potential breach, it means that you can't determine it. And as we've heard from Miss Anderson, she wasn't able to visit these properties. She wasn't sure. That's very honest of her, but you know, I think you need to make an answer. You need to make an assessment. I don't think you can do a viewpoint assessment, for example, and say, "Oh, I don't know." You have to answer it.
It's not quite fair to say that Mr. Sinha's saying, "I don't know." He's gone to the viewpoints, expressed himself in language that makes it clear that he thinks you're in the territory of there being a breach of the RVAT. You're saying it's quite clear you're not.
Well, that's my position.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. That may be a convenient moment at 10 to 5.
Okay, thank you. So we'll wrap up for now. You can leave equipment here because the whole building will be closed. I think we'll start back at 9:30 if that's okay with everybody tomorrow. I hope that'll give us sufficient time to get through everything tomorrow. And I'm sorry, Ms. Rylott, this has taken you overnight, but we'll hopefully get through things in good order tomorrow. Any other questions?
Well, just in terms of time estimates, I think I might be another hour and a bit, an hour and a half, less than an hour and a half, I would hope. Cross-examination, I expect to be about 45 minutes of evidence in chief with Mr. Sinha.
I don't know whether the others want to give a view. Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. I estimate I may be an hour to an hour and a quarter, something in that range.
And Mr. Kim?
I think we can get to the points that I'm trying to make pretty quickly with Ms. Rylott.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like that should allow us to get through. I think I've got a few questions that I'll put to Ms. Rylott, certainly. But yeah, I think we should be okay. That's useful to know.